Good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is where you is. It's Wednesday. Time for Midnight's Edge in the morning. I'm Tom Connors. With me, as always, is the boss man, Andre.
Greetings, everyone. Thanks for joining us this lovely Wednesday.
And with us, our guest, Gary, not Jerry, of the Pop Culture Minefield, and also artist and many other things. How you doing, Gary?
Doing pretty good, buddy. Good to be on here with you guys. I said it before. I'm spending the morning with two of my favorite people.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've hung out. At least on Midnight's Edge. I mean, you and I we're supposed to be doing another thing here pretty soon on your channel as well.
Plus, we're doing a thing on fans. Yeah, you're going to be
all over the place.
Guest host. You're going to be guest hosting 2 episodes with us, and then what's the other thing? Fanzine.
Yeah, so we got plenty of things coming up. But yeah, so Gary, tell them everybody real quick who may not know who you are, a little bit about yourself and your history.
There's nothing interesting about me. I draw comic books, do book covers. I have a Robbie the Robot and Baby Yoda. And I sit at a desk 9 to 10 hours a day.
That's right.
And on top of that, you're
a veteran. So, yay.
Yeah, so that's awesome. And you also are a comic book veteran with some very cool military-themed comics behind you. Why don't you tell us a bit about those?
Well, the neat thing is IDW gave us the rights back for Code Word Geronimo because we did that graphic novel, and it outsold Transformers All Hail Megatron, which ironically was the last work I did for IDW as their video director, because I made the trailer for All Hail Megatron and did the score. I scored the music for it, and then turned right around and did Code Word Geronimo. And then when both books got released the same week, we outsold them.
Nice. Very nice.
But
beating out the Transformers, not bad.
Yeah. We're going to put the book out again, a special edition. I've been working on the artwork. And because I had to draw 70-some pages in 20 days. And it was a ridiculous amount. Ted Adams and Chris Ryle told me that I broke a comic book record for drawing so many pages a day.
Yeah, because most people, like most artists, they're like 1 page a day persons, aren't they?
I was doing about 3.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
But in the end, the artwork was not some of my best, and I hated it. So I'm enjoying my tasty beverage. But I was literally last minute because I hated the colors, and I hope I don't hurt the guys' feelings that if they watch that colored that graphic novel. I hated their colors, and they were just awful. They were so flat, and I went in and literally the last minutes, I was uploading files, coloring them really quick, trying to fix some of their colors, and uploading them to the IDW server to go to print in Korea. And but now I'm re-illustrating a lot of the artwork. I'm doing the helicopters better because we didn't know what the stealth helicopter looked like. We had a general idea. And so the chopper that I drew in there was not right. It was off. So I'm fixing some of the artwork, redrawing some of the panels, and I redid the cover. And I think New York Times bestselling author John Del Vecchio, who wrote 13th Valley, is rewriting the afterword about the events of the assault, as well as what happened to many of the Navy SEALs after that incident. Later, about a month and a half later, or 3 months later, they got killed when that Chinook got hit by an RPG. Well, it wasn't an RPG; it was a guided missile.
Yeah. This would have been also, for those of watching the movies, would have been covered in Lone Survivor, wouldn't it? It was like that whole incident. I think that was the only time Chinook got taken down, wasn't it?
It was Extortion 17 was the helicopter that was taken down. And no, that's a different story.
Okay, so there were several Chinooks got taken down.
That one specifically had the team from Bin Laden.
Yeah.
And a majority of the guys that were on that raid mission got killed in that mission. And a lot of people, conspiracy theorists in particular, believe that wasn't accidental. Because the missile that was used There's no way that they got that through traditional means. It was a guided missile. Handheld, but it was guided.
Yeah.
But we're doing a comic book about that eventually, because I work for Dale Dye, the guy behind Platoon, Saving Private Ryan. He wrote Code Word Geronimo, and basically he's my boss. I work for Dale most of the time.
Yeah, well, that sounds very cool, very cool. So yeah, now people have heard a little bit about your background and what you do. So we're gonna get into the topics of today. First, I just want to say greetings to everyone that's listening. We have Angry Toy Box here. We have Cartoon Man 154. Mr. Tickle Trunk is here. Keith Howard is here. We even have Al Bundy here. How awesome is that? Retro Amateur and many others.
By the way, that last one, can you go back to that one, Tom? Because he had a good question.
Yeah, we can do that right away. Your Muslim uncle. We're about to get into missing super chats and super stickers momentarily, but since you asked, your Muslim uncle says, hey in Swedish, and hail Midnight's Edge and Mr. Kissel. Mr. Kissel, at IDW, did you do any art for their games division?
Yes, I did. I was one of EA's favorite colorists instead of illustrators, even though he loved my art. They loved the colors, and I worked on Army of Two. So, and that was fun.
Very cool. Yeah, there you go. And then we also have the Jack of all casual saying, it's here, folks. They're eating each other. Yeah, I don't know about that. We'll
get into that, actually.
We'll get into that. Joining us in getting into that is, of course, our very own Reverend Hare Krishna, a.k.a. Rob. How's it going?
Oh, fantastic. A blessed day from the Reverend Hare Krishna. How you doing?
Hare Krishna, Hare Lama, Hare Krishna.
And then we have saying hi, gents, and indeed, hey everyone listening as well. We also have Natasha Cloutier, our ever trusted wrench in the chat, which we really appreciate. Roger Haynes sent us a $1.99 super sticker. Mr. Tickle Trunk also sent us a super sticker. Doki, I believe.
Is there any ones before that we missed? Because that's all.
I do believe that we are fully caught up with that, but I'm going to double check that real quick.
I come in and I see the chat light up. Rob, I'm like, I feel like I'm in an episode of Cheers. It's like Rob. Yeah,
where everybody knows your name, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. That is very true.
Yeah, and the final one was from the Jack of all casuals, who said, it's here, folks, they're eating each other. Yeah, but only before they get to us. But with that, let's get into the first main topic of today, which, as you saw from the thumbnail, is, of course, our beloved Alex Kurtzman, who has done a glorious job on so many franchises. He handled the Amazing Spider-Man with the Amazing Spider-Man 2, the one that kick-started the entire Sony Spider-Man cinematic universe, the one that's with us to this day. I mean, you all loved Sinister Six, right? That was the Avengers level of that. He set up the Universal Monsters Dark Universe. The one kick-started by the Tom Cruise Mummy movie.
Really
didn't you all just love the Mummy 2 and the Frankenstein movie and the Invisible Man with Johnny Depp and all of the spin-offs we got from that? Wasn't that amazing?
Oscar-winning performances.
Let me tell you, they're just staples on my media shelf here. I pull them out every so often. Whenever I want to raise my spirits, I'm having a bad day, I put on Alex Kurtzman's Dark Universe. Oh, wait a minute, that's right.
Yeah, I was talking to Dave Dorman this morning, Star Wars artist, and he was commenting on how, he has hated Alex Kurtzman for years. And telling people, stop watching his stuff. Eventually, they'll stop hiring him. But That guy fails upward. And that's been his career really from the beginning, because I have it on good authority of what he was like when he worked on Hercules and Xena, and that he was just always lucked into jobs because he was always there when somebody got fired.
There's an old saying: some people have a wide enough ass they'll fall into anything.
Yeah, that's Kurtzman.
It's what I think is so cool is that everything that he has worked on before of like big movie franchises, they either have or are in the process of being rebooted.
Well, everything everything he does is a sugar high, you know. I mean, it's a short burst of ooh wow, ooh wow, ooh ah, you know, and then it just peters out.
I wouldn't even call it that. No, but what was amazing about this is Kurtzman has always been somebody who's been rather shielded, I guess is the word to use, by Hollywood, because he's always behind projects that, you know, like Star Trek and other things like that, you know, lately have been virtue signaling. And speaking of, did you see the new trailer, guys, for Paramount Plus that has Mikey Spock leading the way?
No, I won't watch it.
Oh my God. Yeah, they got a new trailer out for Paramount Plus, and it's got
don't show it. We don't want to
no
allow them that copyright strike on us.
No, but of course what we're talking about is this EW review that dropped. I believe it actually came out Monday, and we talked very little about it at the end of our live show Monday because I happened to stumble across one of the greatest paragraphs ever in history. I swear, if I didn't know any better, Darren Frannick would be Doomcock, because I tell you, this takedown was just amazing. I mean, the entire takedown is great, but like, there's one paragraph that specifically just nails Kurtzman to the wall.
Oh, he calls him out as a hack.
Yeah. Rob, why don't you read that whole paragraph?
I'm going to find the paragraph right now.
All right.
And before we get into the paragraph, let's all have the context here, because this isn't for Star Trek. This is the first few episodes of Clarice, the Hannibal Lecter spin-off that can't star Hannibal Lecter. Because you may recall a couple of years back, I believe it was a year and a half maybe, when we first reported that Alex Kurtzman reportedly had been fired. And then we got raked over the coals because he was still there. No, what actually happened was this. He was fired from any kind of creative oversight of Star Trek Picard. He was let go as the showrunner of Star Trek Picard. That's what happened. That's what we heard. That's what we reported. So he still has oversight over Star Trek in general by way of his production company, Secret Hideout. But he no longer has day-to-day oversight over Star Trek. That is something where his services were very explicitly no longer requested. So what he was given instead, as like a make good thing, was he got to pick and choose of other CBS projects in their portfolio, and then he chose the Clarice Starling show. Maybe he wanted to stick it to Brian Fuller, because this is the one show that actually would hurt Brian Fuller to do something with, because he did the actual Hannibal series that was still great, but that had to work around not having the characters that originated with the Silence of the Lambs. And those are the only characters in the entire Hannibal Lecter canon that can feature in this Clarice Starling series. So here he oversaw the pilot and the filming of it, and now reviewers have seen the first few episodes of it. And with that, we're up to speed. Mm-hmm. Rob, take it away.
You just want me to read this paragraph here?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, I gotta say though, I could imagine how that went down. I'll show you Brian Fuller. And that's to me what he would sound like.
He kind of does.
Yeah. CBS did find room in its soul for the gleefully irreverent evil, referring to Clarice. And if you're not aiming to be transgressively weird with a Silence of the Lambs sequel, well, why bother? Clarice's other co-creator is Alex Kurtzman, a practiced IP hack known for Transformers, various Star Treks, a failed Mummy, and the worst Spider-Man. That's a lot of money made off other people's originality. can't we institute some kind of limit on this stuff? Like maybe a person can only work in 4 pre-existing universes. Boom. Let's see.
The rest is kind of like whatever. Yeah.
His participation makes Clarice feel even more like a dastardly act of franchise capitalism. I'd believe you if you told me Kurtzman was planning a Buffalo Bill prequel series or a throwback procedural where Clarice Starling's dad solved 60 crimes. I'm going to continue. When you remove the comedy and horror, you get the luscious fantasy and the brutal reality wrong. What's left for your star to chew on? Not much. Breeds uncomfortably, juggles a tricky accent with the need to know everything immediately. That's pretty much Kurtzman's MO, really.
Yeah, well, yeah, as I was saying, like that's the basics, but like,
yeah,
for the most part, the show is getting trashed. Variety did give it a good review. I'm sure there's a few others scattered, but I mean, I guess this begs to the question is, has the mainstream media now turned on people like Kurtzman?
For now, but that I have a feeling it won't last long because they'll be blinded by there'll be diversity. He'll find ways they're finding ways to critic-proof Star Trek Discovery, and by extension, he'll be praised for it.
Well, I'm
with the whole female bridge crew.
I'm curious though, now that they don't have a collective boogeyman to go after, are they going to start eating each other? I mean, because the diversity only goes so far. I mean, before that was a good enough blanket, but now that there isn't a grand boogeyman to go after, is that enough? Let's
put it to you guys in the comments. Do you think that now, when the entertainment industry no longer have a big bad boogeyman, instead they have someone to shield and protect, who will they come for instead? Will they cancel each other like they do in the comic book industry? What do you think? Let us know in the comments.
Well, I have actually one thing to say about this. I think there's something to it because guess what? Alex Kurtzman's a white man.
And he's a straight white man too, even though, his wardrobe suggests otherwise. So,
and he would never virtue signal.
Well, what do you think was going to happen next? That's the thing. Sure, he was an ally before, but now it's open season. That's the way I see it. I could be wrong, but what do you think, Andre? I'm curious.
I think you're not completely wrong, but I think there is some level of wishful thinking there. I think that they will increasingly go for each other, much like we see in the comic book industry, where like their favorite pastime appears to be canceling each other on Twitter. I think we'll be seeing more of that in the film and TV industry as well. However, I think that for the most part, they're going to come for us and for the audience. That will be their new main target. Those of the audience that they deem to be problematic. That's who they will come for.
Yeah, it's the viewers and the fans' fault.
Yeah,
fan blaming.
At the risk of sounding smug and at the risk of being canceled and everything, all I can say is bring it. That's all. Hey, you think it's our fault these shows suck? Okay, we're just pointing it out.
Well, let's count the days until the next to the first headlined article is, shouldn't Clarice be run by a woman or a woman of color? Then it will be Star Trek. Shouldn't that be ran by a woman or a woman of color?
Well, they can always say that Michelle Paradise was a woman.
So, well, no, I know, but like, how prominent is she? She's nowhere to be seen ever, and that's
her name's her name's still on the credits, but they have
shit.
They have plenty of people of color behind the scenes, Asian people of color,
No, but he's in control. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's where I was getting as, now that there's no collective boogeyman, how long before they start going for the white men in control?
Well, yeah.
Well, that'll happen. And on that note, Guy Incognito, he had a comment that I'm not going to repeat, but I will say that that's not going to happen. He's protected. The covering is already happening. So
can we have
don't worry about that.
Can we have someone who's very proficient with like Adobe Premiere or something, like do the Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck thing? Kurtzman season, Abrams season, Kurtzman season, Abrams season. Fire. Where there's peeling off the posters.
Despicable.
You're despicable. But one of the whole, like I said, the whole thing is like, yeah, it's our fault. But I was watching Yellow Flash, I think it was last night or this morning. It's all a blur. And he was saying it's just typical, the groups they're appealing to don't buy or don't watch the product. Oh yeah, I love this. I love Clarice. It's great. Yeah, it's great to see a woman leave. Are you gonna watch it? No. Oh, I love Star Trek Discovery. Finally a woman. Star Trek series based on a woman of color with all female cast. Are you gonna watch it? No. What are you crazy? I'm not gonna watch it. Yeah.
I think a great example of the audience is like Anna, that Star Wars girl. She's a huge fan. But what is this missing? This is missing the one dynamic that makes Clarice interesting.
Hannibal.
And that is Hannibal. Exactly. The dynamic between her and Hannibal.
Well, here's like a fun thing. If you think back to the movie The Silence of the Lambs, if anyone in the chat hasn't seen it, do so right after we finish this stream, because that's a seriously great movie, and it's a perfect adaptation of the book. I don't think I've ever read a book that has a more faithful adaptation than Silence of the Lambs. It's perfection in every way. But now imagine that book, and then you take away not just Hannibal Lecter, you also take away Dr. Chilton, you take away Barney, and you take away Crawford, the boss of Clarice Starling. All of those are completely off limits to them. They can't use a single one of them because they are locked up in the other license. So what's left of that is what you have to work with. Then you're left with Clarice Starling and Buffalo Bill, and he's dead, so they can't use him. So then you're left with the Clarice Starling and Krendler, and that's pretty much it. That's what you have to work with. And what you can do with that, you can do Profiler. You can do a generic FBI show.
Yeah,
that's pretty much it.
That's all this is generic police procedural drama, and you plug Clarice Starling into it. That's all this is. So what Andre is actually saying about Silence of the Lambs is that I need to go watch Silence of the Lambs now. Because you know what? Reveal time. I've never seen Silence of the Lambs. You know what,
Rob? Even though technically it's a horror movie fancied up, you might enjoy it. There's a great
is there any karate in it?
Yeah, a little bit, maybe.
Oh yeah, there's a huge fight scene between Clarice and
I just keep thinking of the Jimmy Kimmel bit now from the Man Show.
There's a lot of mental karate.
I keep thinking now of the Jimmy Kimmel bit where he was Karl Malone. Karl Malone loved a good sports movie, but Karl Malone saw handball, and that was just one white dude eating another white dude brain. And that right there is false advertising.
But no, like that's the thing. Like her whole dynamic is with Hannibal. Like she's a rookie, she's green. It's because of Hannibal that she's able to figure out everything with Buffalo Bill. He pretty much hands it to her on a silver platter. I mean, if anything, the show should be about how she sucks without him. Let's be real. Because
I miss you, Hannibal. I think it's time for him to go visit him in prison again. Oh, we're not supposed to talk about him.
Yeah, you can't mention him.
Yeah. I miss you. How can you have a Clarice story without mentioning Hannibal? It's just
again. It just seems
we're about to find out, aren't we?
I just had to highlight this one because a woman actually said I was right, so I just had to point that out.
A woman said, "First time for everything, Tom."
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, it's like Will Graham, because Red Dragon. Actually, I like both versions of Red Dragon. Manhunter.
I love Manhunter. That's such a great
movie.
Yeah,
Brian Cox's version of Hannibal is really still pretty damn good. But I like both versions for their own reasons. But I am really drawn to Manhunter because it was one of the best films of its kind in the 80s. And I love Michael Mann's take on how to do that kind of story, because it is a horror story. I mean,
to me, it's the superior story.
Mm-hmm.
In fact,
I agree. Red Dragon and Manhunter is the more interesting story.
The dynamic of Will Graham's relationship with Hannibal, because Hannibal kind of wanted it to be, this, cooperative relationship with Graham, but in the end, it's adversarial. Whereas it wasn't like that with Clarice. Clarice, he actually had affection for, whereas he was trying to kill Will Graham.
Yeah, I guarantee you this Clarice show, give it a couple of weeks, you're going to see the same typical CBS, like CSI, like, murder porn bullshit that you always see. There's something gruesome happens at the beginning, and Clarice, so what do we know about the victim?
That's pretty much you're not off there, Rob.
Yeah, that's the 3 first episodes.
I think,
oh my god!
And Gerry, well, it probably is, but Gerry, I think you make a great point because when it comes to Hannibal, he is the center of this universe.
Yeah,
and I mean when he looks at Will, he looks at him as an equal because this guy fought. We fought, toe to toe, and the guy figured out who I was, right? Yeah. So like he sees him as an intellectual equal. Clarice, I think you're right. That's the weird dynamic between their characters. Is it's this twisted, it's a twisted fatherly yet romantic kind of thing. It's really in that twisted way. Like you can tell, because there's a respect there.
Very kind of very kind of an electric complex, as the psychologists would say.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. You have this older father figure, and he probably shows her the attention that she never had.
Well, that's part of it, yes, but also there's a romanticized part of it too, because once you get to Hannibal, like he makes the sacrifice to save her. Like there's a lot there that,
I just can't quit you, Dr. Lecter.
Well, that's what happened in the books. They deviated in the movies, but the books were a little bit like just that.
Yeah, the book Hannibal, by the way, the author, I forget his name offhand.
Thomas Harris.
Harris resented the fans that came to his books because of the movies.
No.
And so he did the double birds to the fans of the films by writing Hannibal the way he did, making Clarice partake in the eating of the brain, because that's not in the movie.
Yeah, she's there, but they don't make her do it.
Yeah, but she actually eats her boss's brains.
They completely butchered the movie at that point. That's like the funny thing, that Silence of the Lambs is one of the best novel adaptations, while Hannibal the movie is one of the worst, in my opinion. Thank you, Ridley Scott, who directed that. That's another proof that Ridley Scott is not the filmmaker. He's not the storyteller.
He's a director. He's a director. He understands cinematography, and he does well when he has a really good script. If he doesn't have a good script, he makes Prometheus and Alien.
Exactly. He makes movies that require like 10 edits over 20 years before you get anywhere with them.
I think Ridley Scott's working on yet another special edition of Blade Runner with about another 20 seconds of found extra footage. I mean, that's where he's at now. So,
well, no, that'd be great if it was extra footage. That's the problem. He doesn't do that. He just recuts it, and then generally he takes shit out. Like look at Alien. I still don't understand the Alien director's cut. I really don't. Someone can explain that to me.
Because I'm the founder of the Blade Runner fan club, bladezone.com. I know a lot of the people, talk to a lot of people. I'm featured in the book, Future Noir, The Making of Blade Runner, the 4th edition. They did a 4-page interview with Gary Willoughby and myself. And Gary, of course, runs Blade Zone now. I just run the Facebook page. But we talked about how Charlie Deslarica is actually the force behind the final cut. And even though Ridley oversaw it, it's Charlie that did the actual editing for the final cut.
Yeah, that's why it's good, right?
Yeah. He's the one who got Harrison Ford's son to come in to fix the lip flap when he visits the Egyptian, Hassan. And his son stood there in the same position and lip synced the words.
Oh, nice. I had no idea. That's interesting.
Oh, lots of nifty little things. I love that Charlie fixed the dove in the sky shot at the end of the movie. The final cut, it should remain as the actual final cut.
Yeah, I agree. That is the definitive version of the movie, and everyone else, yeah, of course, keep them for posterity or for the fans. But really, there's no need for anyone to ever watch any version other than the final cut again, because that's the version that should have been released in the first place. That's the one version that manages to bring everything.
Fired several times, Ridley did. Because Bud Yorkin and Jerry Princhot just hated him. They hated him. It was a passion thing that lasted decades. David Yorkin, Bud's son, tried to smooth things over by making the Blade Runner game back in '97. And even he couldn't get the wrinkles out. It was just, it was the Blade Runner partnership that put a stranglehold on the film and why it took so damn long to finally get the final cut done. Now, the director's cut, back in 1990 it's like the editor and Ridley Scott were not involved with that. So how can you call that the director's cut? And that's irritated a lot of fans. I mean, it's a good cut.
In other words, the cash grab cut would have been a better name for it.
Purely Bud Yorkin and Jerry Princhot doing a cash grab. It's really what it was.
Yeah.
And
so wasn't it basically the international cut anyway?
What's that?
I said, isn't the director's cut ostensibly the international cut anyway, or something like that?
It kind of is. They added in the unicorn scene, but it wasn't the same unicorn scene that Ridley had wanted in there. And so when we get the final cut, that is actually the cut that Ridley wanted of the unicorn. And a lot of people make the mistake of saying, "Oh, well, that's just a cut scene from Legend." It's like, no, that was what he shot for Blade Runner. And
I was going to say, I was always under the understanding it was just basically the international cut. They just threw it on video. Yeah.
No, it was.
I don't think that's accurate. Too big difference. Way too big difference.
Huge difference visually.
Yeah.
Sound wise, because even the sound was changed for the director's cut. But personally, I'm very fond of the theatrical cut from '82. It's got a feel to it that you kind of lose in the other versions, including even the final cut. But when they did the final cut, they put out that big, suitcase with all the versions, and I got a free copy from Warner Brothers, and I got the little spinner and all that shit. But what I liked was being able to see the work print and the theatrical cut put on there. I was so glad that was added. And that was, again, both Ridley and Charlie Deslarica that did that. It was just Charlie, and we're featured. Blade Zone is featured on the special features of that because we kept Blade Runner alive and helped bring about the making of that final cut. And Charlie, of course, gave us a huge nod in the special features because a lot of hard work. Oh, fuck you, Greg.
Yeah.
But Greg, of course, is Tom's and my friend from Fanzine.
No, it's no secret that Andre and I have a very love-hate relationship with Ridley Scott. We even make jokes.
Great cinematographer.
Yeah, great cinematographer, but as we joke, the wrong kid died. But anyway.
Yeah. Jesus Christ! I don't know these guys.
No, we're more fans of Tony. We felt that he knew how to handle.
We're certainly of the opinion that he's the filmmaker.
Yeah.
Well, Ridley's the cinematographer, and Brothers the filmmaker.
Visualist. He was the better visualist. Period. Nobody can set up a scene like Ridley Scott. Nobody can texturize a scene like Ridley Scott. I mean, Blade Runner, both by AFI and BFI, was listed in the top 100 greatest films of all time, and both agreed that it is one of the single most influential films in the history of Hollywood. It's been borrowed by so many filmmakers.
But a ton of people can write better than Ridley Scott and come up with a better story than Ridley Scott.
Michael, here.
Yeah, and who else? Many people can do better stories than Alex Kurtzman.
Oh God, yeah, back on Alex Kurtzman.
To take us back to that. Let's mock him a
Before
little
we
bit
do that,
more.
I think we had a couple of super chats that had to do with.
Yeah, we do. We have a couple of super chats.
Here,
Then
Miguel
we'll
Hernandez
go
had
back
one.
to,
This one's for Gary.
mocking him.
Isn't Blade Runner 2049 more a direct sequel to the theatrical cut, though? He asks. Since you're,
yeah, it is, and this is something that people freak out when I say this. I prefer Blade Runner, the original, over 2049. But when asked, it's a far better story. It's a better script than 2049. It's an actual cohesive story, and there's an arc, and he's just better at telling stories than Ridley Scott is.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that Blade Runner, the final cut, is best seen standalone with no sequel, whereas Blade Runner 2049 is best seen as the sequel to the theatrical cut, which is quite different from the final cut, right?
Kind of, except for, once again, we leave the narration out. You know, the narrative factor is different. So kind of in a way, 2049 is more of a final cut sequel because of that. But here's the reason why you're asking this, and I know why, is because of Deckard's status as a replicant, which is, I've never bought that. That's bullshit. Hampton Fancher calls bullshit on it too, and he wrote the damn script. Basically, you know, Ridley Scott's the prosecuting attorney trying to make his case. The judge and jury is the audience. We decide, not Ridley. And no, Deckard is not a replicant. Harrison Ford said that, and I like the fact that, and this is why Ridley didn't direct the film, because a lot of those old arguments were coming back up behind the scenes between Harrison and Ridley. And so Ridley got moved to executive producer, and they brought in, well, you know who. And I think it's a better film, but in many ways, except for visually, I don't think it's as good visually as the 82 film. Period.
Yeah, well, there you go.
But because Deckard's not a replicant, yes, it's a sequel to the 82 film, because he's not the theatrical film. He was not a replicant.
There you have it. So consider Blade Runner 2049 the sequel to the theatrical cut. I learned something today. Okay, that's cool. Now I know.
Kind of the opposite of Superman Returns.
Huh?
Yeah,
Superman Returns is technically the sequel to the Donner cut. Yeah,
exactly. All right, moving on with the super chats. We have a couple to go through. Dirius says for $5, thank you so much. Ever since I heard Andre mention Norsemen over a year ago, I've had an image of as Kurtzman in control of Star Trek, the same way Orm was for his clan. Oh my God, that is so true. That is so completely true. In the series Norsemen, there is this absolute joke of a tribe's leader, because basically he's like the brother of the real chieftain, and he takes over watching the clan while the real chieftain is on a raid in the UK or something. So then he completely mismanages and botches everything, because the guy's a born loser and he's only where he is because of his connections, let's say. And when left in charge, he completely botches it in a way that nothing has ever been botched before. So yes, that is so true. Kurtzman absolutely runs Star Trek like Orm in Norseman runs his tribe. And if you want some fun Viking stuff, check out Norseman. And Alex Acerra says for $9.99, thank you so much. We really appreciate you keeping our lights on. And he says, what did he do? Like a right-wing tweet or some other nonsense? Apologies, arrived late. Really telling when Elliot Page dropping out of the Gamergate movie. I had no idea that Elliot Page was even in that, or that he dropped out, or that there was a Gamergate movie to begin with. But yeah, there we learned that. And what did Kurtzman do? He was just up to his usual tricks and finally got caught out for it.
I mean, this simply could be. Well, I was just gonna say this simply could be one of those situations, kind of like Buffy, like I mentioned the other day, where somebody messes with something that one of the wokeophobes actually cares about. So then they actually realize what it's like when somebody messes with something. But because then in that case, then it's okay for them to gripe. But then again, go ahead, Rob.
I like that, the wokeophobes. Go ahead, continue.
But no, I think mostly it's I really think that we may start to see a bit of a turn here as far as like now that there's no boogeyman, that a lot of the white men in charge are going to be the next targets. Very much so.
Yeah, we shall see. We shall see. I think that they're going to try to steer it towards us, the people, but we will see exactly who gets the short end of the stick there. Probably a little bit of both. Moving on from there, Kit Kat said for £5, the all-female bridge crew on Discovery will become a joke, a byword, a laughingstock, and it will do aspiring career women no favors. Yeah, absolutely. I think I remember Robert Meyer Burnett. He reads these amazing letters. In one of the letters, one letter he received was from a scientist who just so happened to be a black woman, and she couldn't stand the series, and said this will do nothing for recruitment because it only shows scientists of all breeds and whatever as horrible people that you don't want to be around. So yeah, it'll be fun to see the long-term consequences.
Well,
I'm sorry.
No, go right ahead.
Well, I was going to say that it's they have such a short memory in Hollywood and in that culture that some of the strongest women in cinematic history, the way that they were able to represent their personal strength was in opposition to or in contrast to the typically strong characters of males. So you get like Ellen Ripley, and you get in Terminator, you see these women and they're interacting with men, and that is actually how you show how strong the female character is, by having that contrast. And of course, by doing that, all women, where do you see where's the contrast?
Kind of like how Verhoeven had been doing for 3 or 4 decades now.
Yeah, all the great directors from our youth were doing that, and they act like this is something new, and we're going to do this, and nobody's ever done it. It's like, you guys are idiots. You actually have no understanding of the history of cinema when you say that.
Well,
history has to be rewritten. History is problematic.
Yeah. Kill the past.
Oh, Rob, you were going to say something. Go ahead.
You know where I first saw actually an all-female bridge crew was on the anime series.
You almost said all beef.
All beef. Pat especially saw us because it's lunchtime. That's why. I first saw an all-female bridge crew in Robotech. First, I'm like, hey, wait a minute, it's all females. Of course, there was still a guy, Captain Global, but still, though, I mean, the idea that you'd have an all-female bridge crew, and there's other anime series that do the same thing, but the idea is it's something new. But they're like, oh, we're the first to do it. And like, no, you're not. Get in, stand in line. There you go.
Well, I mean, I remember Verhoeven talking about, specifically the bits in RoboCop and Starship Troopers, how he treated women basically as equals to men, and he's like, yeah, a lot of the critics misconstrued my whole like men and women showering together and having the same, facilities in those movies as just my European styles coming through, or however you want to put it. He's like, no, what I was portraying was that men and women by that point in the future, because both RoboCop and obviously Starship Troopers take place in the future, he's like, by then we'll have gotten past all that shit. That's what he said.
Yeah.
And
where he's from in Europe, they're already past that shit and have been for 100 years.
Well, that's what he was saying. Is like a lot of critics misconstrued that. They're like, "Oh, that's just him putting in his, Europe. He doesn't understand how we are here." He's like, "No." He's like, "I do." He goes, "That's the thing." He goes, "In the future, I see this as just complete bullshit. Like we're just be past this." He's like,
co-ed. That was when I was in Sweden. Co-ed saunas. That's a big thing in Europe.
Yeah, I can testify to that. So yeah,
but yeah, that's like even RoboCop, because that's supposed to be even slightly in the future. But yeah,
I was gonna say that the whole thing about science scare that Discovery, their idea of science is putting quantum in front of a
Pretty
normal
much.
word. Yeah.
It's the joke that they had on Rick and Morty.
Yeah. You can't just put the word quantum in front of a regular word and have it be a science fiction term, okay?
And then he does it in the next beat.
Looks like something's wrong with the battery.
The quantum battery.
It's in, but they have you seen that Red Letter Media thing where they make fun of Star Trek Discovery's writing?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but that's clear. I mean, they write this, as Robert Meyer Burnett would say, gobbledygook, and then they look around at each other in the writer's room and like, yeah, and pat each other on the back. No, this is the dumbest thing. There is no sound in space. You cannot have sonar in space. Sound does not travel through a vacuum.
Well, he doesn't understand how sound, light, any of that shit works in space. And I don't even have like
much like signals, because like the whole red thing.
Even with my elementary understanding, I was like calling bullshit on some of that crap.
We just two more signals just appear 10,000 light years away. I'm like, yeah, but it would take 10,000 years for you to see it.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like, remember that thing that precedes the word light year? Those numbers have a meaning.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, well, but this is what happens when you have like showrunners and writers that evidently don't know the first thing about science. You know, this is actually a cool thing because in England, back in the year 2005, they did this amazing reality show called Space Cadets. The whole thing is on YouTube. It's well worth watching. Where basically what they did is that they called in people that wanted to be stars in a reality series, and they didn't quite tell them what it was. So they had like old recruits, and they selected people, and then they told them, okay, now we've chosen you 10 people, and you will be the first civilian reality crew sent up into space, just so we can see how you're going to react to it. Of course, in reality, they were in a simulator in Ipswich for like 2 weeks, and everyone was laughing their ass off at their expense. It was really hilarious. But in order to make the show happen, they had to find the single most clueless people about anything to do with astronomy, space travel, science in general. They had to find the most gullible and stupid people that they could. And one of the questions that they had asked was, do you like Star Trek? And everyone that said yes to that, they were instantly disqualified, because the assumption was that if you've even seen one episode of Star Trek, you're going to know a little bit basic stuff about science. And these writers, they evidently don't. So they could have qualified for that reality show that assumed zero understanding of space and reality of physics whatsoever. And these are the people running Star Trek today. How amazing is that? That's like shocking. Well, yeah, we just see this thing 10,000 light years away, just appeared from our visual view right now. Oh, God.
Yeah, well, this also falls into, and this involves the science aspect, is look how many generations have been inspired by the original Star Trek.
Right.
Get into astrophysics, physics, engineering, science in general, because of it had an impact on science. It had an impact on what things were called in science. That won't come from this new Star Trek. That will not have an impact on real science.
No.
You will never inspire anybody to be a real scientist.
You were in the military, right? You were in the military?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah. You know about the energy weapon the military developed, the phaser. What do you think? They fully admit that's where they got the name from.
Phaser, yeah. I just and of course, Star Trek in its proper sense, when it's shown, which is something that Nicholas Meyer really pushed when he started working on Wrath of Khan, the naval military aspects of Starfleet. And a lot of people in Star Trek, the new Star Trek, also confuse when it's Starfleet and when it's the Federation.
Starfleet is the exploration arm of the Federation. They are an independent body. The Federation is the actual government.
Well, it's actually really simple. The Federation is the UN. Starfleet is the American Navy's component to it.
Yep. the military support of the UN. That's a really good way of putting it.
Yeah.
Freaking, it was J.J. Abrams, actually. He was the one that started going up. Like, are we the military? He started differentiating Starfleet from the military. But Starfleet is essentially the military, isn't
Well, that's
it?
because he just didn't understand what the fuck he was doing.
No.
Motherfucker knew he had no
idea.
Hey guys, I'm gonna Star Wars Star Trek. That's all he did.
Well, and you could tell because the people that were, like Ortsy and stuff who did understand it, they had some interesting ideas that they were probably trying to implement. But you had people like Abrams and Kurtzman basically, fucking that up at every turn, probably. And I'm not trying to say Ortsy's any good, but I'm just saying, like, he's the only one.
No, he's the good one of the.
He's the only one who had a clue of what what he was doing. Because, like, let's say, like, you could tell what he probably brought to the table.
Yeah, let's just put it this way: that the first Transformers movie was any good. That Star Trek 09 was any good. For those that like that was Orsi.
Yes. It was Robert Orsi.
Well, right. Yeah. I was going to say the stuff that he probably brought to the table was, JJ's like, well, we got to reestablish this new timeline and all this shit. So he's the one that probably came up with all the ways to do that. And I'm sure that he was the inspiration for the idea of, okay, now that you've introduced this military element into Starfleet and the Federation, how is that going to ripple into the next films? And that's the stuff I actually find in Into Darkness interesting, because it's like, I'll argue that Into Darkness is half a good movie and half of nothing but shit. And I have a feeling that the part that's a good movie was probably the ideas that were brought to the table from Orsi. And that's, the whole thing with Peter Weller's character and the idea that, is Starfleet and the Federation, are they really, the authoritarian as far as the military in the universe, and this whole idea of what they are compared to what they used to be and stuff in the other timeline.
Nothing tickles me more than when somebody who never served in the military writes about serving in the military.
Well, there's people
that describing sex.
The first thing I would, this is me. If I had to, if someone said to me, yeah, we're going to write a military drama, blah, 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 blah. So, okay, you know what? Let's find somebody who knows what they're talking. There's consulting services.
The mistake too is trying to cram Khan into it. If you take Khan out of the equation and the magic blood bullshit, there's a decent movie there.
Yeah.
That's a staple.
But you also got to remember, JJ spends too much time focused on plot and plot twists than actual storytelling.
Because I love the idea
and items and
I love the idea of Peter Weller being this commander that's just lost his fucking mind, basically. With power.
He was the best part of the movie. I was rooting for him the whole time.
He could have been actually. He should have been the only villain in the film.
Exactly, he should have been the villain.
The whole Khan thing was just such a mishmash. I do want to point out, guys, Keith is in the chat.
Keith,
my co-host,
his co-host. Yeah. I can probably send
Keith Moncrief.
I don't know if he can do that.
Is he?
You can go ahead, but I don't know if he's available. But I know he's showing support by showing up in the chat.
But the thing about Khan is that is sort of his MO to tie it back to something from the original property as a way of, I'm going to exploit this and I'm going to legitimize myself because now
he expected us to go, oh my God, it's hard.
I couldn't understand that Ricardo Montalban an exotic character. He was an exotic character. He was darker skinned, and because he was supposed to be, either Persian or Indian.
He was a Sikh.
Sikh. And then they get this proper English fellow, playing. And it's just like,
this is the only time
they could do a comic book adaptation to explain the change there, which they did.
This is the only time. This is the only time I will defend J.J. Abrams for a casting decision. They wanted Javier Bardem. He was unavailable. They wanted Benicio del Toro. He was unavailable. Benedict Cumberbatch, or as I call him, Benedict Cumberbund, he was third on the list. And the only reason they chose him was because at the time he was on Sherlock, the most popular television show in the world. That's the only time I will ever defend him on anything. I can understand that, but you know what? saying no, he's not Khan from the get-go really didn't do you any favors.
Well, no, that
You
was
know
the
what?
problem.
You know what? Here's the thing. That is actually something you can cancel Alex Kurtzman for today. That he made a role that should have gone to a Sikh actor, or at the very least a Spanish actor, and even that's problematic. But it went to a white cis straight white male British actor.
Well, I'll put it this
That
way.
is something Kurtzman should be retroactively cancelled for.
Shouldn't have gone to anybody. Khan shouldn't have been in the fucking movie, period.
Yeah, he was an unnecessary plot device.
Because somebody should have stood up and said, first of all, nobody's going to care. First of all, if you are a fan, they're going to hate this. If you're not a fan, they're not going to give a shit because they're not going to know who the fuck Khan is. Somebody should have said that to JJ, and even if they did, JJ probably went, "Nah, I don't care."
The audience you're trying to appeal to doesn't know who or what or the significance of Khan.
And those who do are going to call the bullshit.
Exactly.
And sadly, the next film suffered with the fans, sort of like the way Han Solo, A Star Wars Story, suffered for Last Jedi. Nobody wanted to see it because they were pissed about the whole Khan thing. The Khan.
That's a shame because Beyond was actually a fun movie, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I had fun with it.
Except for a couple of things, I thought it was far superior.
Do you like Mike said to Rich on Red Letter Media? What was the point of Idris Elba's? What was his motivation? Idris Elba's character. Does anybody really remember?
That character has no motivation for anything he does. It made no sense.
It's a revenge plot, and everything Kurtzman and J.J. Abrams seem to do are revenge plots. I mean, Nero had to get revenge on Spock. Khan had to get revenge on somebody. I can't remember.
I don't know why that is. It's because JJ watched one Star Trek thing and one Star Trek thing only.
The Cage.
Wrath of Khan.
Oh, Wrath of Khan. Okay.
Yeah.
But they also keep coming back. Well, Kurtzman keeps coming back to the Cage. Everybody associated with Discovery keeps coming back to the Cage. And my theory for that is if you go to Netflix, the Cage is erroneously listed as the pilot. It should not be listed first. It should be listed last. But it comes
first in DVD sets and everything. So that's where they've seen it. That's why.
That's Kurtzman.
Yeah, it gets listed as like episode 0.
Yeah. See, now Kurtzman, he watched The Cage and Wrath of Khan. All JJ probably watched was Wrath of Khan because he started watching Star Trek: The Motion Picture. And he's like, "That's boring," and he pulled it out.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but I've gotten into debates about, the Cage. People have claimed, no, the Cage is canon. I'm like, actually, no, the Cage isn't canon. The Menagerie is canon.
Yes.
Well, what about all this? I said, see, parts of the Cage in the Menagerie are canon. That's the.
And the reason we keep bringing this up is because we feel like this is where the fundamental misunderstanding of Spock comes from. Because if you only watch The Cage and then you watch Star Trek Discovery and all that kind of crap, then you understand probably why they feel this way and they're doing what they're doing with the character. Because in The Cage, he's not Spock yet. That's the whole point, is they hadn't gotten everything kind of pinned down yet as far as the show.
Yeah. Yeah, Spock was very emotional. And it was the number one first officer. That was the robot that didn't show emotions.
Pike, yeah.
Not Pike, his first officer.
Or the other one.
Number Una, as she's called now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man. And of course, what do they do with Rebecca Romaine? She just eats a cheeseburger. Oh, look, the hot girl's eating a cheeseburger.
Those Eastland out here. It is a failed pilot. Yes, exactly. A failed pilot. Yeah. And they just used it because they had to. They had nothing else. Like by the time you get to season 3, they were literally using popsicle sticks and tape to make the show.
Yeah, because Roddenberry gave up. He just walked away and left them, which is why a lot of what happens in season 3 was just brain.
For as much as people loved the Doomsday Machine, you know what the actual physical model for the Doomsday Machine was? It was a windsock dipped in cement.
Yep. I read that
because that's what they had. That's what they had to work with.
I think the first time I heard about that was from B. Joe Trimble. She wrote the book, I think, The Concordance.
There is actually a very good 45-minute documentary about the Doomsday Machine on YouTube. I mean, it's
yes, I've seen that. It's really good.
Yes, it's very good for anyone who wants to know more about that.
That was actually also where I learned about how the show was scored. And I'm like, oh, wow, that's cheating. That's awesome. That they would record these specific things and then they would use them.
But you see, people are saying it still look great. But the thing is, it wasn't so much the Doomsday Machine. You bought into it because the story was really good. That the story of that episode was so good.
Commodore Decker. I mean, the acting by that guy, I forget his name. Wow.
William Wyndham.
Oh my God, he was so good. Yeah. Twilight Zone. God, I love that guy as a kid.
There is no third planet. Don't you think I know that?
Yeah.
Well, that's the charm of the original series is we know it's hokey. We know it's all cardboard and, fake sets and all that kind of crap, but it's the acting. It's the fact that Shatner owns it. You know what I mean? It's like watching a play with really great actors who they know they're working on with shit stages, but they're giving it all they got. You know what I mean? It's like, that's what sells the show.
There was, but not anymore.
Yeah, and I've gotten into a lot of debates with Trek fans who were more TNG and didn't, and they talk shit about Shatner and people who talk shit about Shatner, especially some of his fellow cast, they're wrong. It's like, well, when Patrick Stewart took on the role of Picard, he was gracious and gave lines to the other crew. So I said, when he became captain of Star Trek, it was already a successful franchise. When Kirk was playing the part, he was trying to make sure that they could keep the lights on. And he had to take an actual leadership role. And he knew that at that period of time, the shows that did well had strong lead characters. And so he would consume a lot of other people's lines in his character, and he'd say, this guy should probably say that. And it's really one of the things that helped the show get 3 seasons.
The story was about that Patrick Stewart said he got an audition for Picard, Star Trek Next Generation, and he said to his agent, "Listen, I really don't want to do a sci-fi series. I have to go." He goes, just fly to LA, work on your tan. It'll probably be canceled within 3 or 4 weeks. He goes, I was out there for 7 years, best paying job I've ever had. So I mean, that's where he was coming from. I mean, he didn't expect the show to last, but it became part of this. It became this cultural touchstone, this icon, and now that's been destroyed by.
Yeah, you see that so often though with projects because it's so untested. And like Star Wars, nobody thought it was going to be a hit. Even George Lucas was like preparing for the worst. And with Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry had a singular vision, and he got some of the best people to help him do it, which is something that current Trek, why it fails so miserably. He sought up the best sci-fi writers of the time. Star Trek today doesn't do that. They don't.
It's actually they do bring out some writers, but unbelievably they make them all incompetent. That's like the worst thing, that they have whoever is leading the writers' room has found a way to make otherwise competent writers incompetent. Believe it or not, but that's exactly what happens.
It's not so much that, and I know what you're saying, Andre, but it's not so much I think that they turn them incompetent, is that they take what was given to them by these writers and then in their own incompetence change it to match what they want. And so anything that good writer might have added to it, because they did this with Twilight Zone too, the new series. They had a couple of good writers working, but they had this one person whose real profession was a stand-up comedian, being one of the senior writers on the show. And it's like, what? She doesn't know shit about science fiction. And she's overruling the actual published sci-fi writer. I couldn't imagine Gene Roddenberry allowing that to happen with TOS, even though they did run into conflict, which with City on the Edge of Forever. because what's his name he's a little crazy, and he wanted to kill Bones McCoy. It's like, you can't kill one of the three leads.
Harlan Ellison.
He wanted to kill old Boney. It's like, you can't know. And he was all pissed about that. Still, until he died, he was pissed about it.
Exactly. On that note, we have some breaking news. But before we get to them, we're going to do some super chats. Which is always fun because we like hearing what you all have to say. So getting into where we were, we have Mills says for 35 South African rands, donkey, to answer Gerry, the review said it. Clarice not dealing with the trauma of Hannibal is like asking Mrs. Lincoln how the play was.
Very good. I love that when I read it.
Ouch.
Gerry, you ever see the SNL sketch with Lincoln, Joe Piscopo's Lincoln, and he's being obnoxious, and the guy says, "If you don't mind, sir, we're trying to enjoy the performance." Hey, pal, what are you gonna do? Gonna come over and shoot me, huh? Is that what you're gonna do?
Gonna come over and shoot me? Yeah, I saw that. I fucking loved it.
Yeah. And then Anti-Derivative Jill sends us a $5 super sticker of green pear or something like that. So thanks so much. The Fessman93 says for £5 the only horror in this show is Kurtzman writing it. That is so true. And Adam Wofford says for $10, thank you so much. Kurtzman might make up a new big bad guy to fill in the Hannibal role, and he will act like him, but with a different name. But Kurtzman will need Hannibal to be in it, but without actually being him.
They kind of already, if I remember, unless they changed it in the script that we got, which was the pilot episode, there already kind of was a character that was going to kind of, you can tell they were probably going to use to fill in there, like some petty criminal, like that she keeps running into or whatever. I have a feeling they're going to kind of have him fill that role, but I'm sure they'll find ways to try and do it. If the show lasts more than a year, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, they're going to find out. Well, you never know, but I'm sure there's going to be a poor man's stand-in Hannibal Lecter in there. It's got to be. And Silver Nova says for $10 Australian, without the Orange Man, wokeness will continue. They only know how to take offense. There is a large resistance growing, however, and each passing day, people feel less inclined to bend the knee. We'll see about that. I kind of hope so, but we'll see. Mr. Tickletrunk says for $10 Canadian, are there plans yet to signal boost more like #WeLoveCara-Dune? It's a good idea to keep boosting to fight back at the Twitterati or even Kurtzman in the case of Star Trek. #The Orville is the real Star Trek? Well, I don't know about any specific plans for any more Gina Carano signal boost, but I'm sure they're going to come about organically next time we hear of someone trying to take her down. But maybe you know more, Tom.
Well, Tom was in part of my thread because we had a troll in the thread where I posted about the Saturday event showing support for Gina Carano over on Twitter. And we had this troll in there, and everybody's going at her. I'm not. I don't interact with those people. I don't. I just why am I going to bother?
I commend that attitude. Don't feed the trolls.
I never interact with trolls. I just don't do it. But I was going to block this person, but I was enjoying so much seeing Tom, a few other people who was John from Entertainment Hacker, a lot of my friends. I'm not sure if Doc got in there or not, but just going at her. And I'm like going through reading all the thread and then the sub threads. And I'm like going, I can't keep up with this. Eventually I'm going to block that person because I don't want them on my page. My page is for people who are open-minded, that want to talk about things in an open way. This is what I love about you guys, why I started watching you a few years back, because despite being opinionated, you guys are so open to discussion.
Absolutely. I have to have a discussion with everyone.
You know, and I get along with Paul from, he's a good friend of mine from Heavy Spoilers. Even though politically he's opposed to me, we get along really well. And I commend him when he does that, allows for other people's opinion on it. And even if you don't agree with that, I mean, you can slam them. I love slamming people. I'm sure you guys have seen on my Facebook page when I go at people. But it's just, I find interacting with trolls in particular, the minute I spot them, you can smell them. You can smell them off of the phrasing of their first comment, pretending to be asking a genuine question when you know that they're trying to set you up for a trap, and you're like, oh, fuck off. No, you know, we need to cut these people off. Stop talking to them. Stop interacting with them. Don't give them a podium.
Somebody tried trolling me on Twitter. Was, are you a Trump supporter? Why do you hate Brie Larson? So I just responded with that clip of
barking up the wrong tree there.
Yeah, I just responded with the clip of Bugs Bunny as Groucho Marx. Welcome to You Beat Your Wife. Say the magic word and win $100.
Moving on from there, Fluffy Panda says, rest in peace, The Expanse. Another great ruined via wokeness. Oh, really? I was just about to start watching that.
Well, no, wait. It's still good. It's still good. I just finished the finale last night. Look, Amazon is producing it now. So you know they're going to leak it in there. But the fact is I actually appreciate how they write the show. They don't have female characters being overly strong. You still see a woman get her ass handed to her. You see them lose. You see them fail. So it's a little more believable in how they do it. They do show diversity. They do show equality. And of course, you know, the guy that I'm not sure. I think he's Indian that played Alex on the show. He of course got canceled because of allegations of harassment of women and other people, and apparently, you know, the parent company did their research and then they let him go. So they kill. What? Sorry, I didn't mean to let slip that. What happens to him?
Yeah.
But that's where you see some of the wokeness is actually what goes on within the company, not as much on the screen.
Well, there you go. And moving on from there, we have Ross Famous, who asks for $9.99. Does anyone know if Discovery is getting a season 4 or is it cancelled? It is getting a season 4. Season 4 is filming right now in this moment. We will do an update video about it. So since our previous video, we have learned conclusively that season 4 is happening, and probably season 5 too. This is why we wouldn't conclusively say it's been cancelled, only that Netflix are no longer necessarily involved. And that's the sticking point, is Netflix. So we shall see what happens with there. But the last we've heard suggests that Netflix are indeed out, and Discovery season 4 may be a Paramount Plus title. They're going to bill it as such because Netflix wanted nothing to do with it unless a new deal can be reached. Tom, have you heard anything else?
No, that's pretty much my understanding as well.
Yeah. And moving on from there, Blue Satoshi sent us 2 super chats back to back for $5 each. Thank you so much. And in the first one, he says, so in Star Trek Online, they retcon the process of how KLS-2 was made into this magic lava-based resurrection bit, and continues, and used it to bring back that Klingon to cut off her baby's head with great fanfare. I swear the STD writers must be writing this stuff. That's the first I ever hear of it, but I'm glad I'm not into Star Trek Online if there's merit to that, which it probably is.
Well, I know they've crossed over a lot of shit there, and that's where they've caused a lot of confusion with the whole IP. But
yeah, because it's I played it for years, and then I left when they started JJ versing it. It's like, nah, I'm done.
Well, and that was part of the deal for JJ. if you remember, and that's what we keep reminding everybody, if you go back to the initial announcements about this whole JJ Star Trek thing, it was supposed to cross over with television, video games, comic books, all that shit. And that was his whole plan because he wanted a cross-platform deal. Like that's what his whole thing. Like Andre knows what I'm talking about.
Multimedia empire. Yeah, he wanted.
Exactly. That was the whole intention for the whole reason he wanted Star Trek to begin with was that it wasn't just a movie. It was something that could be monetized on film, on TV, in merchandise, in comics, in bed sheets, in everything. That was the whole thing about it. And of course you had like the licensing situation, which was made worse by just that, which prevented all of that from ever coming to fruition.
Yeah, basically JJ Trek put Star Trek merchandising on life support, and then Discovery killed it. Like it pulled the plug. And not only did it pull the plug, it pulled the plug out of the wall, and just to make sure it wrapped the cord around its neck to finish the job.
It did it so bad that it retroactively killed merchandise for the original Star Trek 2. That's what Discovery did. It was so bad that it caused audiences of even the original Star Trek to run away. Because for a while there, the original Trek toys were selling like toys, just not the alternate license ones. But now, the last couple of years, even those sales have shriveled up into nothing.
Yeah, basically the last major licensee on board was McFarlane, and they backed off. They did not make the Discovery toys they were going to make. They didn't make the Phaser. The only things they ended up making were classic Picard and Kirk, and those ended up going on clearance sales after they left the license. So there you go.
Yeah, so yeah, good going, JJ. Good going. Killed Star Trek.
I'd blame Kurtzman more than I do JJ, to be honest with you.
I blame both of them.
I mean, I'm not saying that JJ's like innocent by any stretch of the imagination. But at least when he left, it was still alive. That's my point.
Yeah, it might have been sick, but I mean, after Kurtzman,
Kurtzman killed it. There's no doubt about that.
They moved it to the ICU after Kurtzman came aboard.
Pretty much. And moving on from there, before we get into this breaking news, Lord Trinan says for $5, thank you so much, the boogeyman himself once said, "They're after you, not me. I'm just in the way." I'm sure we're going to see the truth of these words soon. I think you're seeing it already, and you'll be seeing a hell of a lot more of it. And that's all we're going to say about that right now. Mr. Tickletrunk says for $5 Canadian, it's true. Modern Star Trek writers put quantum in front of everything. Must have gone to the Deepak Chopra School of Writing.
Deepa, yeah.
Deepa, okay. Mills says for 35 South African runs, I need to remind everyone, Courtesy and Orsi are 9/11 truthers. We're dealing with that type of level of stupid in the writer's room. Yeah, you see, that was the whole point of the movie. Was basically it was an inside job. The real enemy is within. That's the whole purpose of the Section 31, and you see that has continued all the way into Star Trek Discovery as well.
Where is that?
Yeah, it certainly hasn't materialized just yet.
Not at all.
Anti-Derivative Jill says for another $5, thank you so much. Mr. Sci-Fi did a great review against STD yesterday. Aside from the faulty science, he points out that STD has no connection to real human experiences.
Yeah, and then I think even better yet was when they had to basically admit that now they're in a place where they can't mess with canon. Like the fact that they even went out of their way to point that out, like it's like they're well aware of what they've been up to all this time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the Big Red Bear says for $5 Canadian, New Trek is there for an audience that doesn't exist outside of the minds of the impotent producers. It's shockingly irresponsible handling of an IP. Indeed. And Mills says for another South African runs, thank you so much, Starfleet is the military. Starfleet intelligence is a component. Section 31 is something that no one knows exists. At least not in the classic universe. They have their own badges in and uniforms in the alternate universe, but of course Mills knows this perfectly well. And Silver Nova says, of all content creators Star Trek has seen, Kurtzman is the least human.
Well, in the end, the irony is that the two worst Star Trek villains are J.J. Abrams and Alex Kurtzman.
Yeah, kind of. It certainly turned out that way. And then we have Michael MacLeod, who says for $5, thank you so much, Superbloods means Kirk doesn't die in the Kelvin version. One more time. Superblood means Kirk doesn't die in the Kelvinverse version of Generations. Hashtag mistake corrected. Yeah, there you go. And Kit Kat sent us 2 super chats of £5 each. Thank you so much. First one says, I love the technobabble in The Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, and Voyager. They worked to make it sound plausible and consistent.
Well, they had actual science.
Exactly.
They had actual astrophysicists and physicists and scientists that consulted on those shows. So everything was based in principle on real science.
Yeah, indeed. That is entirely correct. And that's part of the reason why that technobubble was plausible. Meanwhile, Kurtzman and his writer's room don't fully grasp the concept of a light year. Which is pretty freaking basic physics right there. But yeah, Mr. Thunderstorm says for $4.99, thank you so much. Mr. J.J. Abrams likes to run multiple storylines to hide his plot holes and bad storylines he can't finish. He thinks this is cleverness.
I call those plot canyons.
And Roger Haynes says for $5 as a kid, I liked The Next Generation better, but when I matured enough, I learned to appreciate the original series more. And Alovriani Makara says for $5, STD has corrupted Spock because they need to destroy something they are incapable of understanding. Bring him to their level because of a dearth of smarts. So yeah, they made him. What was it? They made him dyslexic. Was that what they did to him?
Yeah,
you're going to have a bridge officer who's dyslexic. That'll happen.
Yeah, good going. And Paulus Plain says for 50 Norwegian krona, tusen takk. Andre, tell Gerry that trolls are real mythical creatures in Norway. Yes, this is true. Trolls are from Norwegian mythology, probably Swedish and Danish too, for all I know, but definitely Norwegian. We have the fairy, you all know the Grimm fairy tales, right? We have our own fairy tales in Norway, which were collected by Asbjørn og Mo, Asbjørnsen og Mo. They are our equivalent of the Brothers Grimm because they went around the Norwegian countryside and wrote down the Norwegian fairy tales before they died out. And trolls feature heavily in them. Maybe I'll tell those stories through our Patreons. That was an idea, actually.
And as far as the dyslexia thing on the other super chat, maybe they all have to be dyslexic so they can read the backwards fucking panels. Because for those who don't realize, if you watch the show, they have the clear panels where you can see the screen through the back of the screen, and they're always flipped.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it means the person looking at them will be looking at them backwards. Yeah.
Your idea is to have something you need to see clearly be transparent with something lit behind it. That's genius.
And simultation.
Yeah, exactly. That's fantastic. And simultation. Brilliant stuff. And then we'll do one more before we get on with the breaking news. Fluffy Panda says for $5, Expanse season 5 episodes 7 to 10 were really pushing the wokeness while cutting and rebooting around canceling Casanvar. They should have just recast Alex. Put end.
Well, I'm going to argue here because he's using, or he or she is using the word really liberally. It's like we have become so sensitive to wokeness being thrown into the shit that we watch that we become kind of overly sensitive to where that when we even see the most, I do it all the time. I see the most minute thing and I'm like, bleh! And the fact is I really still think that what they're doing woke-wise on the show is minute compared to everything else. I still think the show works, The Expanse, because they don't overdo the wokeness.
Well, somebody actually said that to me as well on the Geeks and Gamers forum. Oh, well, I didn't like Resident Alien because it just seems like a lot of wokeness. I'm like, no, there really wasn't any in that. And like, if anything, it doesn't dive into that. But you know the old saying, when all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You approach everything the exact same way. And the problem is, really, Hollywood is more to blame than anybody because we're sensitive about this shit because they keep doing it instead of just stopping. Keith and I talk about this ad nauseum, and we've had all of us have had conversations about this. That instead of playing to their fan base, the actual paying fan base, they keep doing this weird thing, just launching off on these weird woke things, and it's like it hurts them every single time, and then the next time they double down and do it again. It's like you're losing money. CBS, and this is what I wanted to bring up earlier, Andre, is that CBS, and this is why Sherry's got to do something, because they either got to pull off the Band-Aid or just end it, because at some point they're going to hit a point where either they lose all the money at once or they're going to lose the money hemorrhaging over time. But it's going to be a set amount of money no matter what for CBS and Paramount. And
you're not wrong.
And there's got to be a point where Sherry Redstone has to step in, because she set this all up. We were talking it back in January, over a year ago, before any of the news hit, that Sherry Redstone had a plan to save Star Trek. But then everything fell apart. And it's all because of Les Moonves's contract with Hidden
Secret Hideout
and whatever, the bad robot. And Sherry's got to pull that Band-Aid off to save Star Trek. Otherwise, they just need to sell the damn IP and be done with it.
That was the whole point of bringing in Emma Watts to save Star Trek.
Yeah, and yet still we're hearing really bad shit coming out of there. Picard season 2. It's like, oh yeah, that's going to be awesome. The prequel Star Trek series with Pike and Spock and or what did you call Spock, Tom?
Pecker Spock?
No, he called him something, Clone Spock or whatever. Anyway.
Oh, well. Spork or not Spock or
I not Spock. Maybe that was it. But you get these characters and they're doing shit.
Spock.
In those little shorts that they made, it was awful what they did with Spock and Pike and number 1. Just terrible. Oh. It's like, I'm tired of these people having run over these characters. And Sherry's the one who can end this. You can end this, Sherry. You.
She's the chosen one, so let's see what happens with that. With that, we have a few more super chats, but before we get to those, Tom, breaking news.
Well, it appears the woke mob, as always, is out again for Chris Pratt.
Again.
Oh, boy.
Again. But now they've gone so far as to start a petition to say that, get this, Chris Pratt needs to be replaced with John Boyega as Star-Lord.
Oh, my God.
John Boyega.
And it's actually fucking trending.
And
Yes.
what did he do now? Is it his review? Is it that he's suspected of being Republican? Is that what
I
they
don't
think
know.
he's a Republican, even though he has said absolutely nothing
I'm trying to get a hold of Yellow Flash because Yellow Flash seems to be on top of this, but it looks like, and again, this is just going off of what I know so far, people have made some fake tweets where he's using the N-word or some bullshit.
Jesus Christ.
Like, because I went to his Twitter, he hasn't tweeted in a while. And what he has tweeted has been pretty much just like
benign.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, it's like a black PR campaign against him, literally.
Yeah. Like he's actually trending now because of it.
For God's sake! I'm surprised they actually didn't say replace him with Idris Elba. Where do we vote? This is got us.
Well, it was poor man's Idris Elba, or one of them. So
I like Boyega, but come on, Star-Lord.
There is but one Star-Lord. Of course,
I'm an agnostic atheist, and I find myself defending Christians all the time, and I'm getting tired of this woke crowd going after Christians all the time. It's like when an atheist starts defending Christians, there's a problem.
The whole idea is that we are. Listen, this whole idea behind in this country is that you are not supposed to be persecuted for your beliefs, unless they hurt somebody or yourself. If you want whatever you want to believe in, fine. That's your right to believe that. Like I said, as long as you don't infringe and push it on me, I'm like, hey, that's fine. Go ahead, do your thing. You do you. But this is getting ridiculous. Jeez, what do they think it's going to accomplish in replacing it with John Boyega? It's not
sending a message, I guess.
Sending a message, yeah, sending a message. But as we all know, internet petitions always work.
Yeah. They're also bringing in Pedro Pascal as what the fuck? Yeah, basically Rip Chris Pratt is fucking trending.
They are, you know what? And these companies like Disney, they are petrified of Twitter. Twitter is not the real world.
Well, it is to them. Here's like the thing: they make it the real world because they think it's the real world, and they act according to it, and that way it becomes the real world. It has real world influence because decision makers think it's the real world. So it's a great tool for manipulating reality that way.
What generates money is the real world. And that's the real world. And they don't generate money from this shit. These woke, the woke people don't spend that much money. You know that. Yeah. They're not the
problem. They don't know that until years later when the whole thing is in theaters. That's when they know it doesn't generate money. But they don't know that when it's time to make the decision. Then they don't know.
The whole
and you think thing, that's what puts them in a panic mode. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. The whole thing is we lost Tom. It's been proven actually Twitter followers and does not generate money, does not generate an audience. It has been proven. I mean, because the people you're trying to appeal, and you said they don't spend money. All they see is demographics. Oh, this demographic uses Twitter. I'm like, yeah, well, they might use Twitter, but they don't buy anything, and people like Bob Iger, people like Kathleen Kennedy, people, like Alex Kurtzman and Michelle Paradise, they think there's this audience out there that shops exclusively at Whole Foods, waits in line overnight for an iPhone, that are, if we could just appeal to these people, we could do through Twitter, and they like to shame people. We'll do. No,
many of those people, they are actually ideologues, and they know perfectly well there's not that much money in it, but they do it anyway for the cause, knowing perfectly well that the money won't be forthcoming, but they have a bigger agenda in mind.
Hey, Keith.
Hey, how's it going?
Greetings.
Is this Keith Moncrief?
This is me.
How you doing? Glad to meet you, man. Rob Robo.
For those of you in the wonder, Keith Moncrief is my partner in crime on Pop Culture Minefield.
Hi-ho, everyone.
And
so yeah, you joined us at a great time because we were just talking
He's
about
only
the breaking news that Chris Pratt is being cancelled because the Twitterati wants to see him replaced with John Boyega.
Yeah, and Yellow Flash said it was because of fake Photoshop tweets. So,
which have been caught before. How people fall for this shit? They're so gullible.
Well, it just goes to show you how fast fake news travels, and it'll never be. That's the thing is, you can print a million retractions. We could do a million stories about it, and it doesn't matter. The original lie will permeate much longer.
I
look at Johnny Depp. I was just going to say, for instance, but yeah, go ahead, Keith.
God. Keith was saying something about John Boyega would be better off joining Michael B. Jordan making Milestone Media movies.
Yeah, because at this point, I think that's really what he's been doing and talking to Warner, and people who hear that story just assume that he was trying to be Superman when in fact he was going to be the Black Superman, but for Milestone, which is Icon, which is a much better character, and learning the lessons that he did from Black Panther, you're starting something new. That is the important thing. You're taking a character that's not that well known and doing something new. Black actors meet black characters. John Boyega would be fantastic in the Milestone universe that they are building, and he would make a great Static Shock.
And now, just so everybody understands, Keith and I, we're very simpatico. We're politically diverse. We've never had a fight in all the years we've been friends. And we almost agree on everything when it comes to movies. And one of the things we agree completely on is race flipping is not necessary.
Yeah.
It's not. There are tons of black characters, and it shows the ignorance of some of these filmmakers in not knowing that there are all these black characters, a treasure trove of them that
just sitting on the wayside. DC Comics has a treasure trove of black characters that, for whatever reason, a lot of these characters never get talked about. They never get used. They just sort of sit there doing nothing,
collecting dust and being forgotten by the people that are supposed to be using them for licensing and marketing.
Right. Well, I always bring that up. The same thing goes with like the female characters. Same difference. It's like, it took them 70 some years to make a Wonder Woman movie, for fuck's sake.
Oh yeah.
I mean, again, same thing with, non-white characters. There's tons out there that are never getting used. How many characters was it, Andre, that Sony has the rights to through the Spider-Man deal?
Oh, I don't remember. I think it was at least 400, if not.
I was going to say close to something. Yeah, it was like some astronomical number of characters.
Ridiculous amount of characters.
So, like, if that's just in Spider-Man, the entire Marvel universe within it's got to be huge. Huge.
It is. It is. When you take into account Spider-Man and all of the spin-off characters, then you go with the X-Men characters. Those two alone are enough characters and enough IP to last any company decades.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Seriously, Fox had no problem at all making a whole universe based solely on the X-Men IP, even without being able to cross it over with the Fantastic Four.
Yeah, and again, their only problems were themselves, the limits of their imagination when they decided to strike out on their own and not use Marvel to help them, to guide them to the proper characters for the proper plot. So what you saw was just Fox helping its own self basically to ruin. And DC is the same thing with Warner Brothers. DC has enough properties in just realistically in general to be able to go off and do some amazing original films like Challengers of the Unknown. Challengers of the Unknown would be like if you took the A-Team and mixed it with X-Files. And Black Hawk, which was a project for a long time.
Hey, watch the language, Keith.
Oh, I'm sorry. But that was a project that ILM had way back in the 90s. They were discussing Black Hawk. Black Hawk was the first non-superhero DC movie that got made way back in the 40s. And the plot, the characters are such that you had someone like Steven Spielberg was looking at it for a while to make into a movie.
And I wish they would.
I wish they would. You have, of course, Sergeant Rock that Schwarzenegger was attached to way back in the 90s. You have even with the Justice Society, who Dwayne Johnson's been looking at. Those characters alone provide a treasure trove of characters, different backgrounds, different stories. Some of them share names and certain powers with a lot of characters that they brought into the Silver Age and currently with regular DC continuity. But you could do so much, and they don't. For whatever reason, there is a door that kind of sort of remains closed. And it's literally like they opened it enough just to bring out Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, maybe a few characters you might recognize, and then they shut the door. You know, the announcement of bringing in Tim Drake on Titans. Let me tell you something. I love Tim Drake as a character. But you're telling me that they've gone through the entire history of the Teen Titans, and next they're bringing in Tim Drake, who they want to cast a person of color to play the character. Okay, so you need a character of color for the Teen Titans. You've yet to cast Mal or Bumblebee as girlfriend. There are dozens of female characters alone, well before you got to the current incarnation of Titans, that everybody knows from the two cartoons that they've done.
But don't you know, race swapping the character is important because people want to see themselves represented on screen, and representation is important. And taking a white character, making it black, just evens things out. Don't you know that?
When I was a kid, I used to go in Fredericksburg. We had a black theater. I used to go there all the time in Virginia, and they played all the good blaxploitation films. And I could only identify with the bad white guy. I could not understand what these black guys were doing in their movies.
But don't you know that's important that people have to see themselves on screen? Don't you know that?
Well, taking this back around the Chris Pratt thing, they started a petition already. Of course they did. I don't really see this going anywhere, but I think they don't have a boogeyman. I think they're grasping for straws right now. They don't have a boogeyman to go after.
They have no motivation until they try to create a boogeyman. I love that word because that is everything that they work through. SJWs have nothing without a boogeyman.
When you don't have an enemy, you have to create one.
Yep.
And I think that's what we're seeing here. And I mean, I know, Andre, like there's several reasons going back to the Kurtzman thing where it could be coming, but I do feel like that's the next wave we're going to see is a huge wave against white men in power.
Oh, in general, yeah. They're going to take down loads of white men, absolutely, for the crime of being.
Well, just look at the last week. White. We've had how many Me Too things between Marilyn Manson and there was another big one. I can't remember the other one now, but I think they're going to get more prevalent because we're going to go right back to the way it was before 2016. Like just before, if you remember, that's what it was. The big Me Too thing was happening. I kept making the argument, this goes all the way back to things like Fantastic and, Ninja Turtles and stuff where we started to see those kind of things. And even The Force Awakens, where, when people started calling out the Mary Sue thing, like before they had a boogeyman to attack and us to attack, like they just went after each other and the things we loved.
You know what's funny though? Sam Mendes, the guy directed Skyfall, and he said, petitions don't work. Twitter doesn't work. He was referring to the James Bond casting at the time. Petitions don't work. Twitter doesn't work. Putting pressure on people, public campaigning doesn't work. Barbara Broccoli is in charge of the casting of James Bond. So all you people who are asking, where do I vote for Idris Elba? It's not American Idol. And people really get pissed off when I say that. I said, you know what? This doesn't work. He goes, why should they have to acquiesce to your wishes? Because the internet has made a bad idea get traction. Well, because it shows their public support. Like, yeah, but maybe their idea is better. How about that? Maybe your idea is not good. How about that? Casting John Boyega does not, as Star-Lord, does not fix anything. It does not. You know what? And the fact that you had to make up shit to try to pin on Chris Pratt is an even bigger indictment against you.
I don't know, Rob. How do you really feel about this?
Look. What's it? The thing is that what you need is for a particular IP that is not either being used fully or something completely outside of what everybody's looking at right now to come in and be successful.
Yes,
that's what you need. You need another Black Panther. Or you need another Wonder Woman, but it needs to come from a source outside of what we're looking at. It needs to be completely from outside of all this to just come into Hollywood, have a hit movie or a hit television show to shake everything up.
Yeah.
That's what you need.
That goes back to our first subject, though, that we talked about earlier, is the state of cinema.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just...
Oh, wait. Sorry, Rob. I didn't.
I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, Gerry. Go ahead.
No. I'm sorry, Rob.
Okay. Well, I float this all the time. The whole thing about representation. We have to change these characters. We have to make traditionally white characters. We have to make them Black. We have to make him Hispanic. We have to make him Asian. We have to make him this. We have to make him that. And like I said, the James Bond is always the biggest example, because to the Wokemon Twitterati, they think that is going to be the biggest prize if they could change James Bond. And I've seen people like Henry Golding floated out there. I've seen a couple of Indian actors out there, and I always ask the same thing: why do you want? If you think representation in cinema is so important, then why do you just want to glom on to the popularity of an existing character? Wouldn't you want a character to have its own identity and be able to stand on its own 2 feet and have its own history? And the answer I always get, well, we feel it's important to change. Things have to change. I'm like, yeah, but you're not. All you're doing is just copying and pasting. You're taking a shortcut to that change, which doesn't work. I mean, yes, Black Panther was created 50 years ago, but you know what? Sometimes it does take 50 years for that change to happen. It doesn't happen overnight. You just want that instant gratification. And this is just laziness. Ironheart, Captain Marvel, whatever. This is all pure laziness. All you're doing is co-opting an existing character, and you're saying, look what I did. And you want a pat on the back. Well, it doesn't work that way.
Well, and of course, Black Panther and Blade and other characters like that are great examples of why, you shouldn't. There's already these great characters that need to be tapped into that haven't been already. And I brought this up last night. I don't remember which show. I think it was on the High Council, where I said, I remember when Blade and Spawn and shit came out in the 90s, at no point did anybody ever bring up the fact that they were Black. That was never a point. Yeah. It was just they were cool characters. Yeah, Blade one movie was great, the other movie sucked. I mean, that was really kind of what happened. You had a really cool character that ushered in the 90s with Spawn, and then the era ended in the 90s with Blade, and at no point was the fact that they were, Black characters a big issue.
I always point out, we have G.I. Joe, we have a Black man in a command position, a woman in a combat role. We have a Hispanic. We have a couple white guys. There's also other guys on the team. There's been Black guys, Asian guys. There's Hispanic guys. All in the 80s. Nobody said shit. Well, you know why? Because
the diversity's new.
Exactly. And the characters that I was talking about with Teen Titans,
that goes all the way back to the late 60s, early 70s.
Yeah.
So again, it's
it bothers me. Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, because like growing up, I hate it because people are sitting there telling me like, oh, I'm racist, but wait a minute, Eddie Murphy was one of my favorite actors growing up. I loved Apollo Creed, especially after Rocky 3. I mean, come on. I mean, him and Rocky as best friends. That's what you love, is when the villain becomes the hero's friend, and that's always a great dynamic in a story. I mean, you've got so many great characters and actors, and don't even get me started on music, for fuck's sake. I mean, this whole idea of that diversity is this new thing, that having gay people and women of power and all this stuff is new, is bullshit. What it is more, it's appropriation. The women in power is appropriating men's roles, or the patriarchy roles, or the masculine roles. And then they got to demasculize all the men. And then the whole thing with
masculinize the women.
Emasculize, yes, that's just what I was saying, exactly. And then and then as far as gay characters, it's always either generally a black gay man, or some other
threatening black man.
Yeah, that's usually what it is, and it's always some kind of stereotypical bullshit. And it's like, where did all this crap come from? You watch a movie from the 90s or 80s, and it's a lot more representative.
I'll even one up you on the G.I. Joe. You had an American Indian, Native American Indian character at a time when there was no American Indians, airborne, and he had his own personality, he had his own gear, and he had and then
Mr. T was huge when I was growing up. I never thought about the fact that he was black. He was just the cool guy on the A team.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hey, that guy's cool. I wish I was that cool.
I pity the fool who hurts children.
He had his own cartoon, for fuck's sake, and cereal.
I read a lot of comic books growing up, and for me, it was just it has been probably, for me, the most frustrating thing to watch how DC Comics is how Warner Brothers has treated the DC Comics IP. Because through their very actions, they act like they've got nothing else to use. If you were to go by how Warner Brothers treats everything, they pretty much trying to prove to you that they've looked inside the vault and they can't find anything else.
Well, you heard KK. We don't have 800-page novels or comic books to draw from, which is just maddening. I'm like, bitch, shut the fuck up. The good Lord gave you 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 1 mouth to see twice as much, hear twice as much, and say half as much.
Yeah.
And next to be cancelled is Midnight's Edge.
Yeah, I'm gonna be canceled for saying call Kathleen Kennedy bitch. like I haven't done it. I've been canceled for worse.
Yeah.
You know what?
Bring it.
You guys get a pass from me for the next month. Okay, so there you go.
Well, for what it's worth, thank you.
That's your black approval. So you guys are good. That's better than Jesse Jackson.
I got a few cards I can use, but yeah, I don't know.
The issue at hand is not marine deployment. The issue at hand is unemployment.
Apologize.
I just think that ultimately, if people would just, if a lot of the people that are really that pissed off would just take a breath, stand back, and allow those particular people who have original ideas to be heard. Creators of color, women who aren't so upset but have really, really cool ideas, I think we could surprise ourselves with what we could come up with. But a lot of those people are standing off to the side watching everybody else be jackasses for a while. And it just doesn't really serve anyone. It really doesn't. It impedes all progress. And any true originality, like out there could be a woman of color who has your next Harry Potter. We're never going to hear from her because she keeps being pushed off to the side in favor of regurgitating or upgrading or changing the race of various characters.
That's a very good point. Because I remember bringing that up with Leslie Headland, because she was talking about, I want a black director, I want a black writer, and all this kind of crap. It's like, okay, that's great. Nothing wrong with that. But why are you so worried about bringing an intent on bringing that to Star Wars? Shouldn't your first, thing be, I want somebody who can tell the right story. I want, the right director, instead. And because I know plenty of black writers who have tons of stories from the black perspective or black stories that they want to tell.
Yes.
Like you just said, Keith, are being completely fucking ignored because it's not a superhero. It's not a remake of an old IP. It's not,
it's not a recognizable superhero.
Yeah.
Because Milestone was a part of DC for years, and they've been quiet. They've been sitting off to the side. So the moment you have someone like a Michael B. Jordan come in, and he's interested in playing a character, he wants to be the hero, and all anybody can talk about is, well, he's definitely going to be Superman. Nobody says, well, what about this character over here? Icon, the character that's basically as strong as Superman. You may not know him that well because a lot of you out there probably never picked up the comic books when they were on the stands. But it's the comic book IP that gave us Static Shock. And for those that watch you, look, I at least commend the people behind Young Justice, because they were smart enough to include Icon and Rocket in their episodes. And for people to be able to see these characters, which is important. You don't have to change a race or change a sex. Use what is there. And Milestone has a whole plethora of characters, and a majority of them look like me.
Yeah.
So if you're wanting something new and you're wanting something spectacular, try that.
Yeah. As Tom always brings up Leslie Headland. I still have my Leslie Headland action figure.
I'm gonna make the Star Wars.
I'm gonna make the Star Wars.
I like all the Star Wars.
All the Star Wars, and it's gonna be diverse. You got that, Brian?
Okay, Fred.
Hey, Fred.
Oh,
And I'm canceled again.
oh man, you're right, but I mean,
That's mean. That's mean.
no, it's not mean. It's correct, because she's got. Look, I wish I had the power to be able to go and wipe out thousands of tweets so that I can present myself to the world as someone new. But a lot of us got to live with the things that we do. So.
Harvey
Weinstein's
Weinstein's personal assistant. Just remember that.
Yeah.
Uncle Harvey.
And who was it? I can't remember now, but there was somebody who was just talking about that era.
Yes, Miss McGowan. Yes, we'll pension you.
Was it Miss McGowan? Yeah, I was going to say, I think it was Rose, and she was talking about all the people that worked near him and were his enablers.
Yes, Miss McGowan. We'll pencil you for Harvey Weinstein's 3:00. Okay, we'll see you Tuesday.
Because he just came up again in a discussion, I remember. But anyway, Andre, we got some super chats. I think we should catch up.
Yes, we do. We do have some super chats. I just wanted to say that not only are you haunted by the tweets that you actually made this day and age, if you're white, like Mr. Pratt, you're haunted by tweets you didn't make.
Exactly.
Just because someone wants to take you down because you are alive in the wrong color of skin.
And it sounds like Yellow Flash will be on top of that, so he'll probably have the breakdown of all that business later on. So I want to thank him though for at least getting back to me, so I knew what was going on. I appreciate that. So
yeah, absolutely. On that note, let's do some more super chats. Now, I'm not going to do all of this in the order that they were sent. I just want to hear, so just we'll get through all of them. But for right now, here are some relevant to the topic. Well, the first one is Adam Wofford says, can we buy Twitter and shut it down? It might help humanity, and we might be able to reach a brighter future for everyone. Yeah, Twitter is awful for everything. The world would be better off without it. And Sigmund Freund says for $5, only a moron would consider replacing Chris Pratt with John Boyega. MCU SOP would dictate Pratt's replacement be Don Cheadle. Yes, SOP, standard of practice. Yeah, I still, that's, to me, that's the worst recasting ever.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate Don Cheadle.
I like Don Cheadle, but I hate him in that particular role.
Me,
I thought it was like particularly insulting. Like, oh look, here's one black guy, and we recast him with another who looks and acts absolutely nothing like the first one. But you're not going to notice, will you?
At all.
Yeah, that was exactly my point I was going to get to, Andre. Is like, it was kind of the more racist thing, because like, instead of finding somebody who was actually remotely like him, they went and just found somebody. Oh, it's just a black guy. What's the difference? But now think about that. If that was a white guy and they had casted, like, let's say instead of Robert Downey Jr. and they brought in, like, you know, Benedict Cumberbatch for his role. It's like, whoa, wait, now that's two totally different people. The same thing here goes. Yeah, like, I love Don Cheadle. No problems with him whatsoever. But you're right. Like, that casting was clearly like one of those head scratch moments. Like, wait a minute here.
Shouldn't they have gotten Cuba Gooding Jr.?
That's what everybody said.
I mean, yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. I will never get over that recasting right there. And again, it's not against Don Cheadle, but he's just not right in the role. And I have never for 1 second bought him and Robert Downey Jr. being friends. Just don't buy it.
Which is funny, because aren't they like friends in real life though? And that's how he got the role, supposedly.
Maybe, but whatever chemistry they have in real life, in my opinion, does not come across on screen. But that's me. And then we have William Jones, who says, Keith, and that other guy, I love you too. What Hollywood has been doing is fabulous stuff. Makes it less receptive to honest diversity. It's a shell game.
Gary, not Jerry. Yeah.
And that other guy. That guy. Just say it.
The white dude with him. Yeah.
Originally our show was going to be called Gary and the White Guy, but
hey,
they wanted to recast me as the white guy.
That is one thing I will say. You know, that's one thing I will say that people don't notice that they do a lot, right? Like, let's be real here. You'll sit in here, you'll talking about a character, you know, the black guy. But now, how often do you usually go, oh, you know, the white guy? You don't do that, and that bothers. I try not to do that for that specific reason, because it's like, no, it's one of those little things we are guilty of. But yeah,
TV skit where the person walks to the counter and it's like wanting to say the black clerk over there, and the clerk over there with the blue jacket, and the corduroy pants.
My mom used to just say, that movie with the guy with the thing. Remember the guy and the thing?
So she's
with the girl.
So she's that customer.
Yeah.
The guy. Oh, the movie Clerks is dead on. Like that scene where he's like, "What customers do you not like in the video store?" And Randall's like, "All of them." And he's like, "What do you mean all of them?" He's like, "All of them." Goes through the little vignette. That's like all the customers. Do you have that movie that came out last year with that guy that was in it? Like, that's the kind of questions you get at a movie store. You're like,
the guy always wore a shirt.
I used to work at a movie store, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
I especially love the one where the guy's like, "Do you have something for a kid who chronically wets his bed?" Like, you get stupid shit like that all the time.
Just because it triggered a memory. I was at Eastern Illinois University, and there's a video store right off campus. And my girlfriend and I were in there, and I'm looking for a classic Peter O'Toole film. And I asked across the store, where is your black comedy section? And all of a sudden, this group of black students all turned and looked at me, and I went, dark comedy? I don't know. I don't know what else to say. And I just started laughing because I was so awkward for having said it. It's like,
sometimes all it requires is just a look.
Yeah. You know, if somebody would have come in and asked me where the black comedy section is at my video store, I would have been like, it's in with the rest of the shit. It's called comedy.
And while on the note of comedy and recasting since it's relevant, and I can bring it up on screen. Swinging Cod just said they did it to two white guys in the MCU. True. This is true. Ed Norton and Mark Ruffalo are completely different, and why I have never been able to accept Ruffalo Hulk. You see, that's actually true. Yeah, they do that in Marvel. They had two major recastings. I much prefer what they did with like one of the three Rangers or whatever, like the Friends of Marvel Thor is called. They recast one of those, and no one noticed because he was in the background and looked just the same.
The thing with Norton compared to Ruffalo, and I think why people don't say as much or notice as much, and I think this is just a lot of people just don't even stop to think that the Hulk movie with Ed Norton is in the MCU. Like there's a lot of people who just totally forget that.
And that's wrong. I will tell you how I was able to get past the Ed Norton thing. Ed Norton is the one who shouldn't have been cast the whole time. The reason that Mark Ruffalo is cast is because he was always Marvel's first choice. They wanted him the whole time because he kind of looked like Bill Bixby. And if you look at that movie, the whole thing was very much so a tribute to the Bill Bixby series. And in Mark Ruffalo, they had someone who kind of looked a little bit like Bill Bixby even. And with the direction they were going for in that movie, he would have been pretty spot on. Then, sadly, it was Universal, and they paid for the movie as distributor. And they were like, Marvel guys, we're gonna let you run most of this, but you cannot have Mark Ruffalo as the lead. We need someone more bankable, and we got Ed Norton here, so we decide you're gonna work with him, or you're not making the movie. That's what happened.
And honestly, I could see in some alternate universe, we've got some really great Edward Norton Hulk movie that he had complete control over, and it was probably brilliant. But what we
don't have that. We don't have that. I have that movie. I am in possession of the Norton cut.
Because I'd be curious to see, because I know he had a different idea, and that's where everything got fucked up because they were butting heads constantly.
I am in possession of the Norton cut, and Marvel was right.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
What I'm looking forward to is the deep fake recasting of Ruffalo in that movie.
Nah, they won't do that, but it wouldn't surprise me. Somebody will, though. You're not wrong. I have to disagree. I think that Norton actually looks more like Bigsby than Ruffalo does, but I think Ruffalo was the better choice overall in the ending because I don't see them as this. They're like two totally different characters almost, because the way that Norton plays him compared to Ruffalo plays him, they're almost like two different guys.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Ruffalo, because I'm not a big fan of Ruffalo. I don't think he's that good an actor, and I think he's kind of an ass. But he's damn good as the Hulk and Bruce Banner.
I like his nebbish kind of like, that's the whole thing. It kind of plays off the Hulk, is he's really introverted, nerdy, nebbish, kind of like whatever.
Structurally, his face is perfect for the Hulk.
Yeah, but yet Norton's version of Banner was the scientist. Yeah. Was I'm gonna cure myself. I'm gonna that like Andre said, that script was definitely inspired by the Bigsby Hulk.
Oh yeah,
they even had the theme in it, for God's sake.
The Lonely Man.
Totally. Boop, beep, beep, beep. You know this.
I just look it again. We just highlighted one of the reasons, and to me, the number one reason why the DC films could not compete. You have no one in charge. There is absolutely no one in charge of the DC films. There never really has been. You can't make these kinds of movies unless you have someone in charge, someone that has a vision, and you've got no one.
Yeah, because Kevin Feige is one of those rare things to happen. And Jeff Johns wanted to be he wanted to be Kevin Feige.
So bad.
Fantasy, that was his porn, was being, Feige. And he's not Feige. He's kind of a douche. He's not that great a writer. I'm not a fan of his comics. I don't care what anybody says. I really don't think he's a very good writer. Green Lantern, glad it came back, but fuck it.
You know what? I believe that Jeff Johns can find redemption. Okay. But he needs to basically go back to the beginning. He needs to go back to DC Comics the way it is right now and rescue it. Spend the next 4 years rescuing DC Comics. And that should be enough to do what is necessary for him to basically kind of glide back over into the movies and have a real clue. Because I think, as it stands, I see a guy who's very flippant about his abilities, who worked in comics for years and just sort of naturally assumed there's nobody else stepping up. I guess I'm the guy. And everything he's done has been craptacular, from what should have been a home run with Green Lantern, the movie.
Spectacular, thank you.
To everything that he's consulted on as far as all of the CW stuff and all these other projects that, when you really think about it, barely seem to have any sort of they barely feel like projects that he's consulted on.
Mm-hmm.
He's got no real presence. He has nothing. It's all gone in the wind. And when you talk about the only film that he's really seemed to have done anything on, turns out to have ruined Justice League. Yep. and right. Oh, let's not forget Wonder Woman 84. So,
oh God,
really, he needs to just take a break. He needs a time out, and he needs to go back to DC Comics for 4 years. He needs to straighten out DC Comics, get them back in order, and then come back and try again. Because as it stands, if he continues to do all of this stuff, he's never going to get anywhere.
Yeah. Well, Swinging Cod has a super chat here that's relevant to the conversation. It says, as a Hulk comic reader since I was 3, Norton's depiction as closer to Robert Bruce Banner, Ruffalo doesn't evoke any of the character. Oh yeah, that's like I was saying, they're two different. Like, definitely.
But you know why that is?
Go ahead.
You know whose fault that is? That is Joss Whedon's fault, because the intention was that they wanted to make a dark and somber Hulk movie in 2008 with Mark Ruffalo filming the exact same script that Ed Norton, well, not exactly, but pretty close to the script that Ed Norton was using, and all of the stuff that Norton was doing. Marvel's intention was for Ruffalo to do that. That's why they cast him. They cast him because he is someone that he can be joyous, he can be cheerful, and he can also bring out the darkness, the depression, and the misery. And that's what they wanted him to do. They wanted him to channel Bill Bixby. That's why he was cast. That was the intention for that movie. But of course, then come Joss Whedon. And this is when Marvel actually gets to use who they wanted the whole time, but by this time he wasn't already established as that, so Joss Whedon could write him however well he pleased, and he chose to do this buddy cop thing with Tony Stark, and that then set the stage for everyone else going forward. So the one that they wanted to channel Bill Bixby instead became like this jokey comedic guy, and that's for that you actually can thank Joss Whedon. That's his doing.
There you go.
He is such a hack writer. I cannot stand that guy. People are like, Buffy, and I'm like, Buffy was, I hated that show.
Well, even a broken clock's right once a day or twice.
Well, that's it. He's so hit and miss. And the problem is, like, he made the weakest of the Avenger films, which was Age of Ultron. Some of his ideas are just bad, and so his being brought in by Jeff Johns to do Justice League Fix is what made it even worse. I cannot stand Joss Whedon. Fuck that guy.
But anyway, we had a few more super chats way before that, so we should probably.
Yes, we had a few on first. Pablo Papana, he said the Chinese won't fund Boyega as Star-Lord. Yeah, this is true. They won't even fund
the Japanese and the
posters with
Chinese
him
are
on them.
both very racist. It's just like
I just don't even understand this. Why? I mean, I understand where it's coming from, but I just don't understand the idea of why they think it's going to fly. I don't know.
Well, they might be trying. Might as well try. Like they've won a huge victory.
It'll fly with the vote, but it won't sell tickets.
It won't sell tickets in China. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
James Gunn and none of the other people over at Feige's never going to go for it. Like this whole, I don't understand. Again, this is just like the Gina Carano thing. They don't have a main boogeyman, so they're fucking scattered. They have they have the attention span of gnats, as Rob would say, or how do you usually put it? Like, it's the whole thing. They got to find something to do. They got to scramble, So yeah, basically everything and anything white is in trouble right now.
Yeah, pretty much. And on that note, a Thunderstorm also says, turning white characters non-white is a woke fetish. It's racist against everybody simultaneously, destroying entertainment along the way. While
choosing anybody by the color of their skin is racist, period.
Yeah. And Swinging Cod wonders, who do you see for casting as Hardware in a Milestone cinematic universe?
Well, years ago, and this is going to sound really weird. Years ago, I would have casted. I would have casted Michael B. Jordan, even though he's going for Icon. And for Icon, I would have had Idris Elba.
Where do we vote?
Yeah. And Swinging Cod, he also said,
my bad.
Swinging Cod also said, he also said, I thought that Milestone was sidelined for years due to a rights issue between the creators and DC.
They are back. In fact, that was one of the announcements going into the big DC thing that they had last year. And the person that's in charge of it is Reginald Hudlin, who is one of the filmmakers behind House Party films. And he's the main guy that's in charge of Milestone right now, along with along with some of the Milestone former creators, writers, and others, and the estates of some of the people that have passed away. But DC and Milestone have seemingly worked everything out over a year ago. And they had this massive press release where they announced that Michael B. Jordan has joined up with them. So he's in the middle of helping to plan stuff. And what completely surprises me is that you notice you've heard nothing else. All these actors in Hollywood, no actors of color that have been announced who want to flood in there and be the first to get a part in one of these things. And that just amazes me. And yet at the same time, I'm not amazed. It's just the way things are, unfortunately. And when you think about and hear the stories of the cast of Black Panther and how much fun they had while making that film, if you're interested in that kind of an experience again, I would say to both audiences and actors and stuff out there, because, we know they watch the show, you guys should be contacting Milestone and getting on that, because Icon is worth your time. It is not the story that you think it is. It is a story about an alien who comes to Earth, superpowers, the whole 9 yards. But in the final issue, spoilers, you find out that the entire story all this time is really about his sidekick, Rocket, the human girl. All of you woke people should be on this comic. You should be on it.
Nerds. They're not real nerds.
Yeah, woke people don't read comics.
What? Oh, absolutely not.
They don't watch
Absolutely
TV.
not.
They don't watch movies. They don't do any of these things they claim to do. They just want you to consume what they think you should. That's the thing. They're more worried about babysitting what you're watching than what they're even worried about their own fucking kids watching.
Yeah.
Because
if they have kids, and that's a big if. Because
well, and the other thing,
very...
that's our job to that's the other thing is we're supposed to be educating your kids about racism and all that shit. Now that's the other great one. Yeah, this is when did we get to fucking crazy world, Rob? I want to get off this planet.
I'm waiting for the aliens to come. From
they ain't coming. They took one look at this shit and they're like, "Fuck that! The cows are more interesting." All these people do is eat weird shit and watch porn all day. They don't fucking do anything else. So fuck that. We don't know. The cows are more interesting.
They probably came here in the 90s and took one look at alien autopsy and thought, well, we got to keep going.
Well, that was known to be fake years ago, but real aliens aren't dumb enough to get caught.
Anyway, before then, Rob, you were saying, and then
I was just about to say, well, these kids don't watch TV, they don't go to movies, they don't read comic books. They tap on their phones, and that's called an engagement.
Tap it.
Yeah. And with that, J Bird the Third says for $10, thank you so much. IMHO, the woke zealots who appropriate and take credit for what others did first and better are looking for meaning or significance in their lives because they feel guilty for being so privileged. And Carlos A. Smith, he has details on something we spoke about. Sony currently owns over 900 plus related personas in the Spider-Verse. This came out about 2 years ago. Before that, it never came up. Yes, we brought that up as well. It came in the Sony hack. I didn't remember the number, but yeah, more than 900. That's the number. And Fat Steven Seagal says, I'm only gay for Tom's Shatner and Rob's takey. So, yeah.
Fat Steven Seagal's the bomb.
Oh, my.
Yeah. And Mr. Tickle Trunk. Yeah. And Mr. Tickle Trunk says for 10 Canadian dollars, thank you so much. I don't read comics, and I can name a lot of cool black characters they can use. Blade, Luke Cage, Bishop, Cloak, Spawn, Static Shock, Steel, Battlestar, Voodoo Man, Voodoo something. So yeah, that was a number one. Yeah, I even
brought up last night that Steel technically would have been, I think, the first black superhero film. Because I think it predated both Spawn and Blade.
Yeah, but Steel had one major problem. Maybe one tiny boo-boo. One mistake.
They didn't connect to Superman.
Casting Shaq.
Actually, you had to have the same thing happen that they did for that Sam Raimi television series that he did called Mantis. They made the same mistake when they started Mantis, the pilot. Everything was invented by the lead character. So you had a black man who was conservative, who had his house help be African students, who had invented everything. When the show went to series, Fox decided to add a few things. They made some notes, and it turns out that the lead character that you saw in the pilot, he didn't really invent everything. They brought in actor Roger Reese as this white guy inventor who was actually behind the whole thing, and he was the smart guy that could fix everything. It's the same formula that you see repeated in things like Black Lightning, in Steel. It's bad when you do that. You now cannot have black characters who are seen as smart. That's the number one reason why when they made Fantastic Four under Josh Trank, why, as I was saying for the longest time, if you really wanted to be different, how come you could not have your lead character be black? How come Mr. Fantastic could not be black? Well, it's because Mr. Fantastic is one of the smartest guys in Marvel, and you couldn't buy the fact that you were going to have the smartest guy or one of the smartest people of all time in Marvel be black.
Right. Well, and Roger Haynes brings up Meteor Man. And well, I brought up Meteor Man and I've brought up Blank Man as well, but I think those two were original characters. To my knowledge, I don't think there's a Meteor Man comic. I mean, at least not before the movie, anyway.
Yeah, not before the movie. They ended up making one right after, and you can find a lot of those older issues now in the quarter bend and stuff like that. So
yeah, because I mean, if you want to go that route, then you'd have to go way back to Bill Cosby with Leonard Part 6, probably. Anybody wants to do that?
No.
Even before the whole thing.
I went to the black guy meeting and we were told not to bring that up ever again.
Sorry about that. I think I have to turn into my cards now. I got a few here. But no, this whole idea of there isn't any black characters and we got to swap them over. It's ridiculous and getting stupid. But
and then when you have them, it's that's one of the ways that I could see Black Panther if it had been made in the 90s. That's one of the ways that the entire thing would have been thrown off, because you would have had to have a white character come in to legitimize what they were doing. And I like the fact in the movie that they kind of turn that on its head a little bit.
So how do you see Whistler and Blade, though? Do you see him as the same thing?
I see Whistler and Blade as being a necessary person.
Okay, so he's not as bad. Okay.
He's the father figure. Look, this is a baby born that doesn't really understand. I mean, a kid that's out on the streets trying to do what he's doing. He had to teach Blade, but this is because he got abandoned. He can get a pass.
All right.
This isn't the same as saying a character that's smart enough to invent things, and then you come back later on, episode 2 or 3, and you go, well, he's not really the one that invented all of that. This is white guy standing off to the side who you've never seen before.
Tom, you do realize Leonard Part 6 is on Blu-ray.
Who the fuck made that mistake?
I don't know, but it's on. I see that. I'm looking
of all
at
the movies in the
right
world
now
that they could have forgot besides Cat in the Hat, that's it. That should be in that pile of fucking names of things like, you know what? These just never need to be brought back.
Somehow it's got a 5-star, 4.5 star rating on.
What the fuck? Who the fuck did that? Bill Cosby did that. He went and bought all the copies, and he's like, I'm going to fix the rating here, and I'm going to make myself good.
He probably paid a bunch of people in prison.
See, Leonard Part 6 is actually a cult favorite. People don't understand. It's not found its time yet. That's all.
It's got to be better than... Yeah. He was hoping it'd be at least reviewed better than Pluto Nash. So.
Oh, yeah. What about the Pluto Nash with Eddie Murphy and the swearing and all that? He did the movie and it was
the flour and filth. Flour
and filth. Yeah, Pluto Nash was only PG. Damn it. No, and I guess Blade did come out first, but I swore I remember Steel coming out first, but I could have been wrong because I thought Steel was right on the heels of the whole Death of Superman thing.
I thought so too.
Yeah, because I could have swore they were cashing in on that whole business. Then I'm sitting here thinking the whole time, because I barely remember Steel, and I'm just thinking, okay, so you're making a movie of a character that's, really tied to this whole Death of Superman thing, yet you're going to completely disregard the whole Superman business? I don't understand. Because I'm trying to remember the movie itself. It's been so many years since I've seen it, but I thought that came out in 94 or 95, but I guess I'm wrong.
It was 97.
Yeah, I guess so.
Shaquille O'Neal, but look at that cast. I mean, that's the other thing.
It came out earlier by 1 year.
The thing about the character of John Henry Irons is that I always thought that John Henry Irons should have been the character whom they should have had in Supergirl. Instead of having Jimmy Olsen, if you wanted a black character with ties to Superman, it should have been John Henry Irons. Just saying.
What was this whole thing for years? Because this was not the first time they tried making Jimmy Olsen black. Why is they kept trying to do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Chris Rock was Jimmy Olsen at one point.
Evil of Hollywood hates gingers.
Now, why is that?
If you see a ginger in new stuff from old stuff, they're recast as a black actor or actress.
They got to be self-hating, Andre, because I'm convinced that Hollywood is Cartman. Like everything that Cartman says on South Park is Hollywood.
That's probably why it has it.
They hate Seth. MacFarlane.
MacFarlane, yeah.
Yeah, they, all the stupid. He tries to ship the two black people in South. I mean, everything he does is what Hollywood is. He's obsessed with making $1 million. Then he's obsessed with making $10 million.
Mhm.
It's like he's pretty much like kind of a good amalgamation of what Hollywood is.
Yeah,
He's always obsessed with being popular. He's always in this dreamland of fantasy where he's the hero and the star. So yeah.
All that, we have a few more super chats that I want to go through here. We have again, they're a little bit out of order, so we're going to go through a big one here right now. Charles Burnett, he really kept our lights on for a while here by sending us an incredible $50. Thank you so much, Charles.
Holy cow! Thank you.
When you mentioned Star-Lord, it reminded me of Strontium Dog, which was part of the Judge Dredd comic set. Do you guys think they will ever make a Strontium Dog movie or miniseries?
Oh boy.
Guys, before I give the factual answer here, I want to hear what you guys have to say. To begin with, are you all familiar with Strontium Dog, which is a product then of 2000 AD, the same anthology magazine that Judge Dredd came out of?
I'm not as familiar with it as much as obviously Dredd. But I kind of know the whole situation like you do, Andre. So I'm just going to kind of bypass and let everybody else go and let you kind of give the breakdown of how things are going on behind the scenes with that.
Yeah, Keith, I'm that other guy.
We'll call him Jeff in tribute of Rob, because Rob calls everybody Jeff. So.
Oh yeah.
Are you all familiar with Strontium Dog? Hey, for years this guy called me Carl. I have no idea why.
You are more of a Carl than a Gary.
Well, the guy's from Oklahoma. He would ask my brother-in-law. He was like, "Hey, man, how's Carl?" And this went on for weeks. Finally, one day, my brother-in-law turned and says, "Who the fuck is Carl? Why do you keep asking me about him?" And it became so funny. That's all he ever called me for years. We're still friends to this day, and he calls me Carl.
There's a new one for you, Rob.
That's hilarious. But yeah, back on track. Strontium Dog.
Not as familiar with the character, but I do love his look. So,
yeah, I actually used to read 2000 AD magazine for a while. I used to read that. Yeah, but Strontium Dog.
Oh, wow,
yes.
color me surprised.
Strontium Dog, Rogue Trooper. Those characters. Yeah. Rebellion, the company that owns the rights, to the 2000 AD, the movie rights, was supposed to be working on a Rogue Trooper movie. I don't know the status of that anymore, but that was something that was supposed to follow somewhere along down the line. I have to look into that, though. I'm not sure if that's been sidelined, but they bought a whole bunch of land. They bought a studio. Where in the
UK?
In the UK, yeah. That was supposed to be.
Mr. H has been there, actually. He's been at the facilities.
Yeah. Oh, cool. I have to ask him about that. But yeah, they have a facility that was expressly for Dredd and for Rogue Trooper. I don't know what happened to that. That just kind of fell off my radar.
Yeah. It's funny with me. I remember Rogue Trooper, and I remember, of course, Judge Dredd. I don't remember Strontium Dog at all. I don't think I ever read it.
Yeah. The answer, of course, is that 2000 AD and their owners, Rebellion, they are trying to get all of that off the ground, and they bought this whole facility. The thing that they're working the most on is the Judge Dredd series. Last I heard, they were completely back to square one, and years of development was wasted, and they have to start completely over. I do think that there's going to be some kind of Strontium project down the line. I think it's going to happen when the funding is there. They just have to partner up with the right production partner. But how big the budget is going to be and when it's going to happen, that I don't know. But I think that probably in the next 10 years, there's certainly a chance. I wouldn't hold my breath and I wouldn't bet the farm on it, but I think there's a chance something could happen in the next 10 years. And that's as optimistic I can say about that. And moving on, again, going through some of the older ones. Grand Wasu 42 sent us €10 saying, "Hail panel, just something for keeping the lights on. Keep up the good work." Oh, thank you so much. We really appreciate that. And William Jones sends $10 and says, "Rob, this is for you. Cancel culture is nothing new. Remember the 50s with McCarthyism. Remember Lenny Bruce. Remember the 80s and 90s with the first Karen Tipper Gore. Parental advisory on music."
Well, I bring that one up all the time. I definitely, that's one of my favorites. Yeah.
2 Live Crew, remember?
Mm-hmm. As nasty as they want to be. Where's that movie, by the way? They were supposed to be making a movie about that.
The guys, and to make a point, there was a band from Long Island called Too Much Joy. They actually played an entire set of 2 Live Crew songs in Florida, and they were arrested. They were arrested for it, yeah.
Yeah, well, the 2 Live Crew were arrested all the time.
No, these guys, Too Much Joy, they were also arrested for playing their entire set of 2 Live Crew songs.
What was the charge?
Oh,
obscenity.
Well, that's the funny thing is, and this is what we try to remind people, is that the same crowd that's behind all this, wokeness now is the same crowd that was trying to stifle young black men back in the late 80s and early 90s. Ask Ice Cube. I'd say ask Eazy-E, but you can't. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Like my point is these were the same people who were trying. I think they probably stifled the 2 Live Crew movie for that very reason. That's why I asked the question, because I'm like, where is it?
Yeah,
it should have been out by now.
This is just from Wikipedia, so bear with me. There's some inaccuracies. In 1990, members of Too Much Joy were taken aback to learn hip hop group 2 Live Crew had been arrested on obscenity charges in Florida, and that a record store owner had been arrested for selling 2 Live Crew's music. In response, the band planned a protest concert in which several acts would cover a 2 Live Crew song in Miami. Failing to drum up much commitment among other bands, Too Much Joy played a number of selections from 2 Live Crew's As Nasty As They Want to Be album and were arrested, spending the night in jail.
Yeah. Well, I think
recall the incident AV Club interview. Okay, yeah.
I thought, and this is my thinking on it, unless it eventually does surface, I think they killed the movie because it was probably a lot of the movie highlighted that whole business with the Gore situation and all that. Because it was going to be called Banned in the USA. It was going to be all about that business, not so much about the rise of the band, but the whole business about their albums being taken off shelves and all that kind of stuff. But we got Andy Signor in the chat, and he says, "I miss 2 Live Jews parody. Oi, it's so humid.
It's like a sauna in here. Going down to Wolfie's thinking about lunch."
Oh, we're gonna get canceled.
Yeah. So before we do, we have a couple of more super chats to run through. Hey, Andy, by the way. And moving on, your Muslim uncle says for $9.99. Thank you so much. Thank you to Midnight's Edge, Andre's dispassion, and Tom and Rob's passion are what keep the integrity of this show and make it the most trusted news source in the fandom menace, in my opinion. Oh, thank you so much. We really appreciate that. And then we have Kit Kat, who wonders for £5 can you give us sources for lack of sales of merchandise? Speaking slowly so I can note them. I want to quote them. We'd have to dig them up. So I don't think that we can give them here right now. From recollection that you can find, there are a number of articles that describe it. If you go back through our videos when we made them, then we always have like these articles on screen whenever we make a claim. So there, if you go through them, you should be able to see the articles and the publications and their headlines, which which indicate the lagging sales. You will also be able to find that what's his name again? McFarlane Toys, that they handed back the license. That's something that was announced, and then they didn't follow through with it. They canceled before they made everything that the option was there for, especially the Star Trek Discovery things. They had the option for Saru and Michael Burnham, and none of that ever happened.
Yeah.
In terms of the general lack of Star Trek sales, Tom, do you recall anything off the top of your head?
No, but what I do know at this point is, without digging for all the stuff like we were talking about.
Yeah, because Kit Kat, just to emphasize this caught us by surprise live. We don't have every single source in front of us. We don't have it all at our fingertips.
Yeah, some of
we
it's
can find it, but we don't have it here and now in this moment.
But no, I know as of right now, like outside of what you would call, God, what would you call them, Rob? Because like the only things they got for Discovery
prototypes.
No. Like they got T-shirts, they got posters, and certain things like that they can basically produce
on demand stuff. Yeah,
yeah, that's also another thing that you can. Again, we don't have the sources right here, but one thing that you can do is you can see how much Star Trek Discovery merchandise is coming out today versus 3 years ago. And today there's almost nothing for anything, including original Trek. There's some, but there's hardly anything, and there's a massive, massive decline. And the reason for that is because the third-party licensees, they discovered this stuff isn't selling anymore.
Yeah, the only other major, I mean, they have a lot of high-end collectibles, like, you know, the ships that are always popular. There's still the Mego deal. But a lot of the Mego stuff is still classic Trek. They've only done 2, I believe. Yeah, Ironcaster says 2 of. I think he's talking about the Discovery ones because they did Saru and I think Michael Burnham in the Mego style. But outside of that, that's the whole thing. Is McFarlane backed out? They were supposed to do, and if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm not wrong, Ironcaster. Weren't those Megos like supposed to be Comic-Con exclusives anyway? They weren't even like to be released normally, but if I'm wrong on that, but yeah, otherwise there's no major Discovery merchandise out there whatsoever. And McFarlane basically backed out of their deal, which basically means they weren't selling. And people were sending me pictures of I was going to say Spock, Kirk and Picard from the McFarlane line actually being liquidated at like Walgreens and shit for like dirt cheap. So like these dolls that were originally like what, 50, 60, 70 bucks, I can't remember, were being like liquidated for like 10, 15 bucks. I can't remember, but it was like, yeah, it was just ridiculous.
This would have been why McFarlane Toys broke out. So that's like the big one. But there you have like a specialist one that basically stops doing it because the ones that were supposed to be the big ones didn't sell.
Yeah, and to be fair, Mego does like everything. There's basically a Mego for almost everything.
Wow.
So yeah, there you go. And then we had Marshmallow, who says for £5, thoughts on Trump having his cameo removed from Home Alone. Actually, I believe it's being removed for him. It's not that he wanted it. I don't want to say Orwellian, but that's kind of what it is. Guys, what do you think about that?
Again,
I'm sorry, Tom.
I'm just saying, I'm not a fan of anybody changing anything in movies like that. It's always stupid. The one that I thought was kind of funny, and if they did it, would be kind of hilarious, is they would talked about putting old Macaulay Culkin in his place. And if you did that on the Blu-ray, like if you released it in 4K and had both versions on the Blu-ray, I'd think that'd be funny and people wouldn't have a problem. But the idea of just like this whole, like, it's almost childish
It is. It's arbitrary.
It's worse. It's worse than childish. It's insidious and
Yeah.
it's evil, because here you're talking about trying to erase someone from history. You know what? I can see loads of problematic people in older movies. I can go see Naked Gun on the Blu-ray right now. Here's like the thing: how much do you want to censor and alter history? It is indeed Orwellian.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty. I mean, people made a big deal out of it originally because in some versions it's cut out because it's in like the TV version it's cut out because
it's cut out.
It's an unnecessary scene. Let's be real. The point of the scene was whatever. It was just
but that's because it's a piece of crap TV edit. So that's something else entirely. That's something that's been butchered for TV, and they do that with a million movies. This is something that's overt and for a very different reason, and that is what makes it insidious.
Yeah, that's my point. Is I mean, even I don't like any of the censoring whatsoever. I don't think it's a good idea. It opens up too many possibilities. I mean, we've seen enough of it already. So,
guys, what do you guys think?
Anybody else want to chime in? Yeah.
Like I said, I agree. I think it's dumb. I think it is insidious. It's purely politics, and a film like that should be left untouched. It's disrespectful to the original film itself to fuck with it because there's somebody in there I don't agree with. Whatever.
They haven't tried to get him out of the Little Rascals movie, so
Yeah, it's just like back then I hated Trump. I hated Trump from '86, and I've never watched a single episode of that stupid show he did.
The Apprentice?
Boss. Yeah, The Apprentice. I just thought it was a dumb show. I don't like reality shows, and I don't care. Never cared. It's like whatever. Leave it alone. Stop. Trying to, well, in 1984, that was the main character's job, was to go back and cleanse old articles and news stories. Do you remember that, Andre?
Whose job was that, you said?
The main character, I forget his name, John or whatever.
In 1984, you mean?
Yeah,
yes.
His job
history,
was,
yes.
Yeah. Anything that was disagreeable was cleansed from the articles, media reports, things like that. And I think there is something very insidious about that. And it's very communist in behavior. I don't know. I just don't like it.
I'm a big believer in you don't alter art. That's it. Even if it's art you disagree with.
Oh, exactly. Jesus Christ, Rob, getting up on your fucking podium.
Well, no, if someone wanted to, listen, even if I don't like a particular piece or work of art or film or music, hey, you know what? You have a right to listen to it. And the people who made it have a right to make it as they deem fit.
Well, and I even extend that to things like, even the Star Wars special editions and stuff like that. It's just like, why are they allowed to do that? I mean, who's the director of The Exorcist?
Oh God.
William Friedkin.
Yeah. He tells this story. I don't know how accurate it is because people have told me it's not a true story, but it doesn't matter. It's one of those, it should be true stories. But I guess a painter, Truffaut or something like that, when the story supposedly goes, the painting was hanging in the Louvre and he was upset by something. He went in to fix it and he got arrested for trying to fix hhis own painting. Again, I don't know if the story's true or not, but or Godot or who, I can't remember who it was, some artist. He said anyway, but he tells the story about because it was his whole reasoning for not wanting to revisit The Exorcist, but he did it for William Peter Blatty. But he was like, he was done with it. He's like, it's done. I can't touch it again. And it's like, it's in the Louvre. Leave it alone. It's. I can't remember the exact story, but yeah, it's a great story. Like I said, it's one of those, if it's not true, it should be kind of thing. But we got a few more super chats we should probably jump into here while we're before we get too long in the tooth here. From before, we did the Kit Kat one already. Yeah, sorry, can't give you any specifics, but if you dig around on Google for a while, you could probably find a lot of what you're looking for. Diego Flores says, actually, it's even worse, Tom. Chrome has a function that lets you do programming and change what you see on screen. Thus, it looks legit, even though it's not permanent. Okay, I'm wondering if he's referring to the whole thing with making is this to do with the Chris Pratt thing? I believe maybe. I'm not 100% sure what that's referring to, but yeah, Diego, if you want to just give me a quick heads up in the chat, you don't have to re-super chat. But we'll jump back to that as soon as I know more about what you're talking about there. Then Pablo Papano says the Chinese won't fund Boyega as Star-Lord. Yeah, I think we got that one already. But yeah, I don't see that actually happening. I don't think any of you guys probably see them actually doing this either, unless you got something else to add to that.
No.
Yeah, and Diego was talking about the Chris Pratt thing. Yeah, so like, yeah, again, you got to really take everything with a grain of salt. Do your own research. That's the first thing I did, was went to Chris Pratt's Twitter page myself.
Yeah, it's the whole knee-jerk thing, though, Tom. It's like, oh, God, get it going. It's like, before even checking, they just start reposting. I have conservative friends and liberal friends that do that shit, and it's like, stop it.
Well, even Robert Meyer Burnett was, he dealt with that, and look at what happened. Andy was in here earlier. What happened to him? People just take, what they see first and foremost as truth without ever doing any kind of research, questioning it, asking for context. These things are very important. And then when you have people nefariously just trying to go out of their way, and people need to start calling that shit out. Like, especially if you're somebody who's in that realm. Like, I mean, you cannot continue to sit there and expect other people to believe that you are in any way, shape, or form objectable or any kind of smart person or people when you constantly do these stupid things and don't ever question anything and just take whatever verbatim from the media and all these other places. And, it's just like, it's crazy. I don't know. Anyway, anybody else want to say anything about that before we move on to the next super chat?
No, I'm good. Keith?
Okay. I'm good.
Rob?
I'm good.
I think Andre's still away. So Marshmallow comes in with, okay, we already got that one. Never mind. Sorry about that. I'm a little bit messed up on what I got for super chats here. Diego Flores says it's actually, okay, we got that one. Paulus Plain says, perfect revenge. Find a big beloved woke series LGBT characters and make it straight and toxic and see how they like it. Yeah. I mean, I think the Buffy thing really brought out a lot of it showed a lot of the true colors of some of those people, when they freaked out about it. Because wasn't even Miss Anita, was it Anita Sarkeesian and all those that were all upset about it, Rob?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and imagine if they had turned around and made Buffy like some big, like, let's imagine like if they had made Buffy, who would really piss them off?
Peter Dinklage in blackface.
No, well, that would piss them off. I'd say Chris Pratt or Terry Crews. That's perfect to play Buffy. What about you guys?
That just, all that stuff just really just turns my stomach. I mean, there's
I think Terry Crews could really.
Terry Crews could do it. Terry Crews would make a great angel.
No, he'd be perfect as Buffy. He'd be like, "Where's my pom poms?"
He's got to bounce his man boobs. That would be great.
I'm not wearing a wig.
Oh man,
my name is Buffy. B-U-F-F-Y, Buffy.
Because I like
Why?
it.
Because I like it.
Why? Because I like it. You got a problem with that?
I know people They were complaining about him being in the Expendables, and I'm like, he's one of my favorite parts in the damn movie.
Dude,
Yeah.
why wouldn't he be in the what?
Yeah.
Because he wasn't an action star in the 80s. So they're like, oh, he can't be. And I'm like,
That was the whole point. It was the mix of the new guys with the old guys.
Old guys, exactly. I fucking love that. I love the Expendables, man.
Well, there was some talk of Expendables 4, but I'm curious what's going to happen with that. But yeah.
Well, Graham and Chuck got to do the comic sequence.
Right. And that's one of the reasons why I question it, because we know that the whole deal was Stallone, because isn't that script that he's using for that, wasn't that meant to be the script for what he wanted to do for part 4, basically?
Yeah, some of it. The Expendables go to hell.
Yeah, but now they're talking about doing a new one with like none of the old people, and it's just going to be like, well, what's the point?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't see that happening. I don't think it'll happen.
No, but Paulus, I think that'd be funny to see him take a lot of those kind of things and mess with it. Yeah, we need the Gilmore brothers. Swinging Cod coming in with another $5 super chat says, "Rip Dwayne McDuffie. Hudlin is an okay actor, but McDuffie was the true creative genius behind Milestone. Gone too soon." Anything to say to that, Keith? Because you had more to say.
Here's the thing. Yeah, he was. Dwayne McDuffie, to me, was the real power behind the Justice League animated series, and definitely going to Justice League, the sequel animated series that they had. But all of them were good. I mean, Milestone definitely was a groundbreaking. Was groundbreaking comics. What I'm worried about, because I can't find anything post after the big purge at DC, because this month, 2021 February, was supposed to be the launch of the all new Milestone line of books. And since the big purge, I haven't found anything. So I'm wondering if DC actually got out of their commitment to actually publish those books, which would be par for the course. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Dwayne McDuffie was just a freaking genius. So
yeah. And welcome, Andy. How you doing?
Hey, Andy.
Hey, now it's working.
Now it's working.
Yeah, happy to just listen. I've been listening. Good show.
Yeah, we figure if you want to hop in, come on in. We're not going to be going too much longer, hopefully, but yeah, well, we're going to be finishing up these super chats. If you want to hop in and figure, say,
nice to meet you, Andy.
Hey, and you can meet the crew.
Yeah, good to see all of you.
Our next super chat we got here is question for the panel, especially Keith. Have you guys heard about economist Thomas Sowell? Smart man. He explains many things that are happening today, like in the 80s. I'm not familiar.
Thomas Sowell?
Yeah, Sowell.
Yeah, I read that earlier, and I don't know who that is.
And I don't know if Andre knows either, and he's not here with us right at the moment. Sowell? Thomas Sowell.
Oh, okay. I've heard the name before, but I'm not as familiar with his career, and I know I should be. Well, there goes my card. So I guess I'm going to get canceled next.
Sounds way too smart for me. I don't know him.
Yeah. I know the name, but again, I don't know enough to comment. Sorry about that, Diego. Mr. Tickle Trunk says gingers are white minority and break the narrative. Interesting. That's very true. Because they are a regressive gene. So there you go. No, there is like this. I swear it's just funny how they've been. It's not just new. It's not like recent. It's been something for years. They've been dead against destroying redheads in all forms of media.
Little Mermaids, all of them.
Ariel. I'm like, oh my God, man, come on, stop hating on the gingers.
You even got Kirsten Dunst playing Mary Jane. I mean, what the fuck?
They killed Huxon right away when they could. Damn, you're right.
All right, where were we here? Alex Asura says Leanna Kurtzman answered this for me. She says they're not big enough minority to complain. She's ginger as well, however you feel about her. Oh, there you go. You got your answer. Then Diego says, fun factoid, there's a miniature game of Judge Dredd on Strontium Dog. There you go. So check it out. William Silva says, I've heard the whole ginger side has to do with gingers were a representation of the working class. And when they decided to remove someone, well, is there any working class in charge of Hollywood? Well, there's a good point. I don't know how true it is, but there you go.
Well, it's a working theory, as good
It
as any
sounds
others.
good, so it's got to be true.
And
then our next one
greetings,
comes
Andy.
from and then the next one comes from some popped corned planet. I've never heard of it. I don't know. Actually, Andy's here. How you doing, Andy? And Andre is back as well. So Andre, meet Andy. Andy, Andre.
You, Andre?
Yes, greetings.
Keith. Harry, Gerry, not Gerry.
Not Jerry.
Not Gerry. Not Gerry.
Yeah, we created a drinking game that anybody who calls me Jerry has to drink.
And this guy down here in the corner is Rob, who's our narrator generally, if you've watched our videos.
Yes.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello. That's a Howard Stern thing.
Yes.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, Rob is very much so our very own Harry Stern, isn't he?
You still listen? I gave up. I was a big fan, but I couldn't keep doing Sirius. I didn't do it.
I bought a lifetime subscription to Sirius back in 2005.
How much was
And that was $500 at the time, and I still have the receiver, so they still have to make good on it.
That's amazing. You have to use their receiver to do it.
Yeah, well, it was for that. If you transfer the service over to a new receiver, then they would stock you for the $12.99 a month.
Oh,
I said, "Oh yeah, we'll see about that."
We'll make sure that thing works till the end of time.
yeah. Oh, he's a great interviewer. Can't knock him.
Yeah, but I basically got caught up with all the ones that you had sent me, Andre. So whatever's left, I have no idea.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, and here's Diego about Thomas Sowell says he actually explains how Southern culture and Black culture have become a crutch for the U.S. in general. So yeah, I can see that. I'd have to become more familiar with context there, but see, I can see that being argued.
Keeley asked if Keith has a channel. Yes, he does. With me, it's called Pop Culture Minefield.
Yes, I think the link should be in the description, right, Andre?
Yeah, read the goddamn description. Keeley, now.
And we'll add Popcorn Planet to the description as well after the fact. But yeah, Pop Culture Minefield is already there, and that's where you'll find both Keith and that other guy, which would be
It's going to become a T-shirt. I'm telling you.
The world when Andre starts taking a shit on me.
No, it's called having fun with.
Well, it's something because Andre's a little dead inside, so if he's goofy,
yeah, you've never struck me as somebody with a great sense of humor, Andre. So that's awesome that you do that.
oh no, I usually have to explain jokes to him.
Well, the wonderful thing with people like me that are, especially veterans, military vets, we shit on each other. It's just that's how we show affection.
Camaraderie.
Yeah. And so I like shitting on I shit on Keith all the time. I've said it so many times that the reason we became friends is because I needed a black friend. I was fresh out.
Here I go filling another quota.
But on that topic, Andy, since we just got you here, the breaking news today is, of course, Chris Pratt being cancelled once more. Again, for something he did not do. Like the last time he was cancelled for not saying that he was a conservative in any way, shape, or form, but he was kind of like suspected of being, and that was enough. This time he's suspected or accused of sending out racist tweets that he actually never ever did. And And now they want Star-Lord recast with John Boyega, as if China would stand for that. Andy,
I saw
your thoughts on that?
I saw someone trying to pitch Rashida Jones as well. They wanted to make it female. Yeah, look, it's just stupid. Chris Pratt never talks politics. It's kind of why I like him. He manages to sort of, he's religious, right? He'll do his Bible stuff on Instagram and stuff, and he's allowed to do that. But he's never actually endorsed or talked politics. So it just shows how stupid people online are, how they quickly rush to judge and condemn. It's all based on his religion. It's his church. I did a whole video on it where it's like the church he's actually part of actually wasn't against, gay. What was it? There was a bunch of accusations that his church was anti-gay is really what it came down to. And so that is what stuck with it, I think. And so that demographic and people who want to just become part of the mob, which I despise, won't let it go, even though he's put it to bed, said it's not what he believes in. And that's the problem. When they want someone gone, they just will do it at any cost. And yeah, I was going to report on this too, but someone was even sending me, there was literally it was just random people who said, let's start a meme that he's dead. He. And even were sharing the DMs and then gloating that it went trending. So it's literally just one random person has a group of a dozen people, and then they know the audience is triggered by this person. Some people are, so they exploit it. And then that's how a trend starts. And then suddenly they're trying to cancel Chris Pratt. It's idiocy. It's frustrating. I know the people here don't fall for that nonsense. So it's good.
Okay. So yeah, I didn't know the first part.
He falls into the cancel culture. He likes that.
Well, yeah,
I know all about the Chris Pratt. Yeah, they've been trying to cancel him for a long time.
Well, yeah. I knew about the earlier stuff, but I mean, I didn't know about the whole where today started, him. Trying to start to think about him dead, because I saw Yellow Flash's tweet where they actually had made fake tweets with Chris Pratt saying the N-word and all this other crap, and that shit was spreading.
Someone started the RAP Chris Pratt, and then someone saw that and jumped in and said, well, let's make fake N-word tweets and put that out to really
for Christ's sake.
So it was just a whole, that's the problem. You get some idiots who are like, let's just say he's dead. And then someone sees all right, let's use this and make him seem racist while we're at it.
Andy, you seem to know a lot about this. Were you involved?
No. People send it to me because I'm the cancel guy now. So anytime someone's getting canceled, I get DMs. Have you seen this one? Have you seen this one? And sometimes I'll bite. Sometimes I'll just look at it.
Well, no, like I mentioned earlier, you know how this works. Like I said,
I've been canceled. Yes,
it doesn't take nothing for the lie to spread like wildfire, but the truth, you're going to be fighting tooth and nail to get the truth out there. Unfortunately.
Yeah, and the reality, it's I mean, I could talk to you all day. I know you're wrapping up too long, but yeah, it's just it's frustrating because the truth sets you free. And when I came back with my truth, the truth, not my truth, the truth, I was out there.
Now, it's very important to separate those two.
Very, very important. But I was out there talking to everybody. I was on, Jeremy Geeks and Gamers. Anybody who would take the time to hear me out. I was like, we may not have agreed politically, but you know what? Let's talk. Let's have those conversations. And it's wise. It's made me wiser, realizing that you can't block people off. You got to be there and actually listen to everybody. So it's frustrating. Yeah. When something comes out, you got to hear both sides. And if someone's out there saying it's not true, then you got to do it. We did a whole stream last night. We got deep into the Me Too was back yesterday. And we talked about, I had 2 survivors of abuse on talking about it, like Marilyn Manson, Evan Rachel Wood. What are we supposed to do in this instance now that we've seen both of the evidence? And we all were like, I'm sorry, we need more evidence here before we're just going to jump and cancel him. And so it's a thing. I think in any situation, no matter what's coming out, you got to do your homework. You got to hear it out. Make sure you go see what the other person said. Do your own research. Look, all right, is there more I missed? If you're especially talk about it publicly and make a decision on somebody, that can be slanderous. We got to do better.
Depp is another example too of how again this whole lie can just permeate, or whatever the word you want to use, and then the truth is just much harder to get out there. And sometimes it's guys like us who are trying to get the truth out there, and then we get the butt end of a lot of it too. So, it's guys like that Umbrella guy and Yellow Flash and those guys who are doing that kind of reporting that I really admire, because let's be real, they're putting themselves at risk. Like their channel could be gone tomorrow. I mean, Odin is still, having issues, with his channel as well. And other people are like Josiah, and a few people are, as well, like that are in our community for, just having difference of opinions. You know, and that's the sad part is, and as much as we get called an echo chamber, that's what I love bringing on different voices. And Andre, you know, will flat out tell people like, you know, they'll yell at us and say, "Oh yeah, but you'd never talk to Kathleen Kennedy," or bullshit. She'd be more than willing to come talk to us. We'll talk to her.
She's not talking to you.
There's no way she's going to talk to us. Same thing goes for like Kurtzman or J.J. Abrams. But you know what?
Amy Pascal, Tom
Amy
Rothman,
Pascal, we would gladly give them a.
Can I inspire you? Can I inspire you? Because I know I'd love to. We did a show called Knocking Dead, where literally every week we would make fun of The Walking Dead. It got to a point where we got Robert Kirkman on the show, and I literally said to him, "God, why is so much of the season filler? You just stretch it out." And he looked at me so pissed. He's like, "Well, we actually, we don't consider it filler." I felt very bad. I said it to his face, but to his credit, he was there and he defended himself. So look, the right people who are cool enough will actually do it. So don't say you can't. Kurtzman could be here.
Well, I got to tell you, because like we had the co-creator of Bloodshot on our show, and it took me making fun of Star Trek Discovery one time to piss him off so much that he blocked both Keith and me. He hates us now. Oops. Because we're like, Alex Kurtzman's a garbage writer, and it makes me, I said something to the effect that it makes me question your writing skills if you think that's a well-written show.
Wow.
I'm just being a dick. And he didn't like it.
No, but that's a good point.
They all pay attention. Call them out. They know you. I learned that through my time over at Screen Junkies Honest Trailers. When we first made Honest Trailers, it was like, no one's seeing it. And then I realized, no, they're the first people who are watching it because they're all narcissists, like wanting to know what this, is being said about them.
So do you think that Bob Iger liked our recent video calling him out?
He's at another level where I feel like, I don't know if he actually is paying attention to us, but like the Zack Snyders in the world, I could go all day. Don't start me on that topic, but like Zack Snyder,
he's definitely watching stuff.
Yeah, like he went out there with comments today saying his fandom isn't toxic, and it's like, I mean, it's not all toxic. I agree. Like, there's a lot of good in his fandom as well. But come on, dude, you can't say there's no toxicity in your fandom. Every fandom has it, and so he's out there still trying to play like he doesn't pay attention to his fans, but he's keeping lists of his haters.
I like to remind people that I was kicked out of the official Collider Facebook group because I refused to say that, like, I started some argument with a guy because he posted something about Snyder being Jesus, and I just went after him over it. And I was the one who got banned. I was the one who got banned, but all right. I was like, whatever.
You see now, you said Iger's on a different level. I'm like, in the back of my mind, there's this faint hope that someone at Disney is going into Bob Iger's office saying, "Bob, you got to hear this. There's a guy on YouTube who's doing an impression of you as a German Pope." So
no, not likely. I mean, if any of his people are seeing it, they're probably laughing at it in the background because a lot of the shit's probably true.
I don't know. I don't know if you ever heard it. I do an impression of Bob Iger as a German Pope, and I have the Gregorian chants behind me. "Hello, I'm Bob Iger. Bob be with you," because he makes himself out to be this saintly figure in his book.
Oh,
my conspiracy, my conspiracy is did you notice the year before he left what movies he made sure they released? I mean, holy crap. He dropped remember, right? Captain Marvel started it, but then it was Aladdin, Lion King, Toy Story 4, Frozen 2, Endgame, and then it was Rise of Skywalker. They literally dropped every big franchise property they had so he could walk away and say, running for president, I gave you, see how much money I got, Disney? You could tell he pushed all of those franchises and movies to that last year so he could leave with a big bang.
Everybody has positive thoughts now about Bob
and
Iger.
Then he didn't actually leave.
And then it all blew up in his face. He's like, crap. Now we have nothing.
No, he went and created a new.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tom.
I was just saying he created a new position for himself so he could oversee Star Wars. But anyway,
exactly, he's doing Kathleen Kennedy's job while she still holds the desk. I wanted to point.
That's actually funny. Do you know who has almost the exact same title as him? Because like he created like this title, chairman of the board. Isn't that what he's calling himself?
Yeah, no, I thought he was the head of creative executive or some shit like that.
Yeah, something like that. It's a title that sounds almost like the guy who runs Scientology. He has a title that sounds almost exactly like that.
David Miscavige.
Yeah, that's the one. He has a title that just like that.
Now, because we talked about cancel culture for a little bit there with Chris Pratt, I want to point out something just really quickly. Keith and I supported you, Andy.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't like you. I think you're a scumbag. But no, I'm just kidding.
I'll accept it as long as we agree on that topic.
No, when I saw what you got railroaded, I was like, "Holy shit!" Yeah. So, just letting it out there.
Appreciate it.
Well, that's the thing is we're in a era now where evidence and proof is no longer needed to railroad somebody. And
well, let's see about that, because as I've said, like the whole Me Too thing that kind of ended when the person currently in the White House was Me Too'd. That moment for the first time ever, for the first time ever, then proof was needed.
Until now, all of a sudden this week again, Andre.
Of course. Now we're back again. Now no proof is needed.
Like I said, no proof is needed again. So
yeah.
It's always they only cancel who they want to cancel. But when Biden is when a reliable person comes forward and accuses Biden, well,
Well, you can see them. That when you see them so ravenous that you see them just putting a napkin in their collar and going after one of their own. Like, we have nobody this week, so we'll just kill one of ours.
Well, and that's what I was saying at the beginning. They no longer have a boogeyman. They've literally canceled the boogeyman out of existence to where they have nothing to go after now. Like that goes right back to the whole Home Alone thing too. Like they've gone to the point where they've to just every little corner they can. Like, I mean, you watch. The next thing is they're gonna try and make sure that all repeats of the Apprentice are null and void and can't be shown, like that have him in it and stuff like that. It's gonna happen. You just wait. But did we have some super chats left, Andre, to hit?
Yeah, we do have a couple of super chats list. Let's see. I just have to see how far you got in. We got up to Popcorn Planet, of course. That's where we left off.
Yes.
Jedi 6 for $5 says, my first super chat in gratitude of Natasha Cloutier for rocking the mod chair today. Help control the pet population. Have your pet sprayed or neutered.
Thank you, Jedi 6. That's awesome.
Yes, and again, thank you, Natasha. So we really appreciate when others in the community also appreciate the great job that she does moderating the chat. While
we have at least 2 ladies watching. So,
there's also.
Does Natasha have her own channel?
I don't know if she does content or not.
If you do, Natasha, share the link with us so we can follow you.
Yes, she has her own channel where she catches moose and squirrel with a little short Russian guy.
I get that. That's a good reference.
Nah, she knows. No. Come on.
And Taker 610 says, how is Patman going? Is production hell right now? I don't know how it is right now in this moment, but I can tell you why it's difficult. One of the big things is there that I heard from someone that is associated with it. Very much of it is because of tensions between Patman and director Matt Reeves. Because here's like the thing. Remember when just before he was cast, we heard that there were 2 persons in the running. It was Pattinson and the other one, the one that you wanted, Tom. What was his face again?
I didn't want him, but he was the better choice. Yeah. I can't think of his name now either.
He was also in
the dude who played Beast when in Hank McCoy.
Yeah, that one. Anyway, that guy.
Nicholas Hoult?
Yeah.
Thank you. Nicholas Hoult, yes.
Yeah, that was his choice.
Yes. Nicholas Hoult was Matt Reeves' choice. Nicholas Hoult was his first, last, and only choice for that role, is what I've heard. While Pattinson was the studio choice. And he was forced onto Reeves very much against his will.
Again,
and I don't
Warner
know
Brothers.
how much, but anyway, and they've butted heads since. So it's very much like this, the Nicholas, or so the Edward Norton situation all over again in The Incredible Hulk, where Marvel wanted Mark Ruffalo from day one to channel Bill Bixby, but it was Universal as distributor that put the foot down on that and demanded Edward Norton instead. So this is the exact same thing. Matt Reeves didn't get the Batman he wanted.
Wasn't that also the situation with Spider-Man?
Yes, actually, that's true. But here's like the thing: it's not that that Kevin Feige didn't want and what's his face again, Tom Holland. It's not that he didn't want Tom Holland. He preferred the other guy, and then it was Amy Pascal that wanted Tom Holland, and she had the final say because she represented Sony in that matter. But that being said,
well,
from Kevin Feige's point of view, it was the choice between someone good and someone even better in his view. He could make do with someone good.
Well, the other thing too was, from what I've read, is that they brought in Robert Downey Jr. to read with Tom Holland, and that's what really sold Kevin Feige on. Is okay, you know what, Amy, you're right on this one.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, that wasn't the same thing at all. Whereas in this situation, what I have been led to believe by, or been given to understand from people I know who know people, so I know the exact chain of information here. I can't divulge it, but I know it, so I believe it. Matt Reeves never wanted Pattinson. Yeah. It's not like, oh, he'll be fine. Like, I don't want this guy. I want Holt. And the studio overruled and made them work together when they didn't really want each other. And these rumors that Pattinson was angry because Matt Reeves made him repeat the cut 50 times. That apparently never happened. That's like a smear game and slinging shit in public from the Pattinson camp, because the two apparently can't stand each other.
Yeah, I was going to say, I heard something too from a little birdie, maybe even been the same little birdie that Andre's talking about. But
I don't think so.
I don't think.
Basically, okay, then this is a different person then. And basically, I heard a similar thing, and that was, that Pattinson was being completely unreasonable on set. All the shit that we were hearing about him, like not giving a shit about the character and not working out, and all these other things were bothering the director. Like, I guess from what I heard, Reeves was livid when he heard about that fucking interview that you think that Pattinson was trolling people on. Like, I guess that pissed him off big time.
Yeah, trolled him more than anyone else.
Exactly. So you may be right on that, but it was more about a trolling on, of Reeves than it was, and he just basically made himself look like an idiot in the process.
I'm still convinced, and I don't think Andy's heard me say this yet, but I'm still convinced that and people can say, "Oh, Robert Pattinson's a great actor. Have you ever seen The Lighthouse?" I'm like, I don't give a shit. Okay, people are in movies nobody sees. He was cast because Warner Brothers still feels there's some residual Twilight dollars out there, because all the little Twihards have their own jobs now and their own money, and they can all buy Funko Pops and put in their cubicles at the office.
Oh,
that's
that was
the only
one of the
reason. That's the main reason, I think.
Well, of course,
Andy, your take, and have you heard anything?
No, I don't know. Speculation. I don't know if I subscribe to all of those. I mean, it could be true. I'm not saying it's not true because I don't know, but I do think he has become a director's actor. Like, people like working with him because he does a lot of indies, from like Good Times and the stuff he does. Like Nolan, a lot of people want to work with the guy. So I can't knock him as hard as others do. I want to see him first before I knock him personally. But I do think, he's that dry British wit of his, I think, was not a good, I think might have been the reason why he said some of the stuff he said. Others have sort of come up and said that. That said, there totally could also be drama. I mean, I'm not that excited for the Batman as much as I is, because the scoops I've heard about the movie, it just sounds kind of boring. And I don't know if it's going to be Funko Poppy. I think it's going to be not as good as Nolan's, and then not Poppy, not not as dark. It's going to be sort of the middle of the road detective story that I hope isn't boring, based off of the synopsises and stuff I was leaked. I'm not as excited. I thought the trailer was good, but I know not to follow any trailers. I did.
Well, we know that he's a big fan of Seven.
Like I was like, all right. I was giving him a second there. Like I want to see this in action, but yeah, I'm sort of in the middle on it. I can't until I see him. I refuse to like completely knock the guy, but I see why people are mad. He's Edward from Twilight. I mean, he's never going to live that down, sadly.
No, I mean, it's not that the movie's going to be Funko Poppy. It's just that the Twihards will have an excuse to go out and buy Funko Pops of Batman.
That's your thing, because they're always going to have him on on their wall.
And here's what I'm getting from the whole animosity or the problem that I'm getting is like that's like what I was saying before was that he's not taking it seriously. That's what I keep hearing about. What Matt Reeves is pissed about is like, yeah, he can do all these indie movies and he's probably a great actor and all that stuff.
Oh,
but I don't think
really
he's seeing this for what it really is. And that's what I brought up before is the opportunity for what this is exactly the conversation we're having here. This could be the role to get him out of the Edward Sparkle Pants fucking,
well,
thing off his head. And he doesn't seem to care from what I'm hearing. Is like, he just is going through the motions and it's a paycheck for him.
Just to give him just to have somebody defend him. Like I don't think he cares. I think he's doing what he wants. He's doing those independent roles and working with directors that I think he's a stoked that he's working with.
No, I think you're right. I don't think he really wants to do this. I think this was pushed on him by his agents.
Well, remember, like
his career and all that shit. Yeah.
If you do a big budget, it allows you to do more of the indies you want. So you're not wrong. And like, it's probably one of those one for me, one for them type of projects, in theory.
Right. But I don't think he's seeing it as this thing that it could get him out of the Twilight, because people, let's be real. We all know he may be a good actor, but nobody watches those movies. Nobody in the normal sphere of like general audiences has seen The Lighthouse or any of his other smaller pictures, Good Times or anything like that. No, nobody's really seen those to be able to judge it. They just know him as Edward Sparkle Pants. Mm-hmm. And that's probably what his agents and all the people are, and even Matt Reeves is trying to say is like, this is an opportunity for him to get out of that and be seen as something else.
And hold on, you didn't watch The King or Damsel or
he's great in The King. He's great in The King.
Yeah,
I'll ask Andy. I'll ask you the same question I asked Tom. Was there any karate in it?
I heard he was good in The King. He was good in The Lighthouse. I didn't love that movie, but I think he's got.
He was great in The King. I've seen him a few things, and the guy is a really, really good actor, and he does not deserve to be stuck with Eddie Sparkle Pants for the very simple reason.
Bob Dever did Tenet too. I thought he was the best part of Tenet.
He was. But
well, you know what?
But here's the thing: that for as good he is, unfortunately, that's the kind of like thing that unfairly he is stuck with. And here is something that could be a great palate cleanser for that, because he's won over the industry. He's won over people that have seen him in these other movies. They all recognize that he is a very good actor. For the general public, though, he remains Eddie Sparkle Pants. This could have been a way out of that, but apparently he appears not to take that too seriously. Maybe he'll do something that'll win everyone over. We know this could be the best Batman ever. In a year from now, we could all be saying, whoa, he's the definitive Bruce Wayne. It could happen. We don't know. He has the acting chops for that. For me, though, he's just a wrong type. Regardless of talent, he's just a wrong fit for the role, in my personal opinion. And then, of course, you can just listen to Rob and Tom here to hear that he has bigger challenges than that.
Yeah, as Lieutenant Montgomery Scott would say, yeah, it might happen. And if I had wheels, I'd be a wagon. So I mean,
well, it would be the same thing as if they casted the kid from Harry Potter.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too, like I said,
did you guys ever watch that when he's the farting corpse?
That's what I'm saying. Like he's done a bunch of stuff.
Man, amazing.
That's my point exactly. Is that he's done a bunch of stuff that horns and other things that nobody else has really seen. Now I get it. Some people have seen it. Movie fans have seen it. We've seen a lot of this stuff in our circles. But that's what I keep reminding people is like the general audience does not watch this shit.
Yeah.
They don't see it. They don't care. So to them,
Yeah, he's going to be the Gilligan for a 21st century. He's always going to be known as Edward Sparkle Pants. Yeah, as much as Bob Denver wanted to break out of the Gilligan role, he couldn't. So I mean,
Andre could be right. It may, in spite of him, if these rumors are true, it may, in spite of him, take him out of that pantheon of being Edward Sparkle Pants. But
or
I mean, I hope
right. If he sucks in the role, then that's all we'll remember him by.
Well, unfortunately, it could be
true.
It could be
that is true.
The end of his career as well. So,
but the other thing too is he's not doing himself any favors. He's such a douche. He is just so utterly douchey. And that GQ and the GQ interview turns up the douchosity to right up past 11 up to 20.
Yeah, I agree with you. He was a complete turd. You sounded like me when I went off about Joss Whedon.
He's a douche.
Well, that's not.
I can't stand Joss Whedon.
Yeah, the guy has a right to be a douche. Like, and first of all, it doesn't help. It doesn't help. Oh, we got another British guy's Batman after coming off of Ben Affleck. And the fact, like I said, that dry British humor. I'm sorry, as much as I love British humor, I mean, Robert Pattinson is just a douchebag. I'm sorry, he's
a lot of British people are right.
But there is one role that if I were casting him to be in a DC comic, he would make a better Phantom Stranger than he would a Batman.
Fantastic. He'd be a fantastic Phantom Stranger.
He'd have been a better Flash. He'd have been a better Robin. He'd have been a lot of these other things. I mean, yeah, I don't understand some of the casting choices sometimes, but
and that all of what you just said is why he took the role, I bet, because he's
probably
I want to challenge, I want to prove everyone wrong. So I think if that's the case, oh my God, dude, better be taken seriously.
But you know what? I think you were right the first time. I think that this is something that the agencies arranged. That his agent, I don't know, probably CAA, all of it, that they basically just decided that now it's going to be him. This often happens. That's the same thing with John Carter. No one casts what's his face for that role. That was an agency decision.
But like I said, well,
he's going to be the new thing.
The other thing is he doesn't. When you look at it, besides Robert Pattinson being Edward Sparkle Pants, he's just so dopey looking. That's the other thing. He doesn't have that square. He doesn't have the rugged, sort of manly, worldly Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne is supposed to be like a younger version of the most interesting man in the world. I mean, that's what Bruce Wayne is, this worldly guy who's so like, yeah, he knows his shit.
That's why Ben Affleck was so good in the role.
Exactly. And you said like, wow, Bruce Wayne like this, like, who the fuck is this douchebag? This Bruce Wayne. Him? No, that can't be Bruce Wayne.
I think it also helped though that with Robert Pattinson, he's tall, he's lanky, he's a little too much on the thin side.
And he refused to work out.
I mean, on the one hand, that's seems to be a thing that some women really like about the dude, which again, that's totally anti-Batman. I want to give him a chance.
It's also having to go with fans.
Yeah.
Well, the old saying, this is how many women are bi-curious, what percentage of women are bi-curious. That's their way of being bi-curious without actually being bi-curious, is to go after a guy who's as feminine as Robert Pattinson.
At that point, let's move on to the next super chat.
And I've been canceled.
Yes. Let's move on. Adam Wofford says, so get the cast from Stargate SG-1 to use for the remake, and Christopher Judge cast as Buffy, and see how they will lose their minds and laugh. Speaking of Stargate, I've heard something that will make you lose your minds and cry, but I want to work a little bit more before we get into that. But don't get too excited for Stargate. Don't get too excited. That's what I will say for now. And then we got a super sticker from for the diamond super sticker, which is brilliant. So we really appreciate that. Let's see. I'm just going to refresh here, and then we're caught up. So yeah.
Yay! And we're actually 3.5 hours into this. Woohoo!
Yeah, not bad. I do believe that's almost some kind of record. And I see many people here are worried about the possible Stargate thing, and I wish I could calm you, but be afraid. Be very afraid.
Well, I hated that last Stargate thing they did. It was just dumb.
Oh, you mean the one that was on Amazon?
You're gonna look back to that as a happy memory.
Ooh,
that's bad.
Ooh, yeah.
Now I'm doing Frankenstein.
I'm thinking, what? This is Alex Kurtzman's Stargate.
Well, your
Alex
temperature is warm, but again, I want to confirm a little bit more before we get into it. But
I was just kidding. I am so sorry.
You should never be kidding. You never kid about stuff like that.
Oh, Keith, you bastard!
No.
Oh, and then we raised Anna. We were talking about Clarice at the beginning of the show, Anna. You missed out. I was hoping you'd pop in earlier. How you doing? We got another super chat here from Professor Afonso. Says, good to see Andy here. They're always rebooting Batman. Go forward. Yeah, Batman's been rebooted almost how many times now, too? As many as Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I still like Lego Batman. I wanted another one.
I want the same one. I want Ben Affleck to continue. Like, I wasn't a huge fan of Batman v Superman, but I was a big fan of Ben Affleck in it, especially his bat suit and that bat voice. How amazing was that?
He's like a living version of Batman, the animated series Batman.
That's what my buddy said. Yeah.
Yeah. That's one of the things that really just he was born to play that role. I'm sorry, he was.
Sometimes I agree with Kevin Smith. And I got to tell you, because we're all friends with Mikey Sutton, and I like the word coming down that if everything goes well with Justice League with Zack Snyder, we will be seeing Ben Affleck's Batman again, and directed by Ben Affleck. So I like that kind of rumor.
Yeah, I want that to be true. I will use my powers and try to will that into existence.
Yeah, It's supposed to use your powers for good, and he's one of my best friends in the whole world, and he's quite evil.
And then Mr. Tickle Trunk says, Keith, you're supposed to use your powers for good.
Just reading, yeah.
Yeah, you should absolutely not go and use them to wish any kind of Alex Kurtzman Stargate.
The last thing we need on the panel is the black guy to be considered magical. Like, that'll definitely get us fucking canceled. Like, let's stop before that goes too far.
Yeah, I don't need to try to explain to my wife why people continue to want to try to rub my head or something like that.
Well, just the whole magical black person stereotype. Yeah.
And I will have no effect on your both.
My God, some of the most racist shit I've ever seen is from Japanese anime. I'm like, oh my God.
Oh.
You know, did you hear the pitch about the Batman that was supposed to be?
No, you share.
Yeah.
Joe how do you say it? Joe Manganiello?
Joe Manganiello, I think it is.
He did I did a story about where he talked about what the plot was going to be, but he compared it to The Game. Do you guys remember that David Fincher movie?
Yeah.
So it apparently, I re-looked at it up, but he was going to be played, basically Deathstroke was going to demolition Bruce Wayne's life. Destroying everything around him, and sort of a dark story in which Deathstroke was like a shark, a horror movie, dismantling Bruce's life from the inside. This was a systematic thing. He killed everyone close to Bruce and destroyed his life to make him suffer because he felt that Bruce was responsible for something that happened to him. So there's going to be parallels to that, as well as Born Again, Frank Miller's run on Daredevil. And then there was apparently a point where he was going to be Bruce Wayne thrown into Arkham, and then have to like fight back out with all the villains that he put in. I mean, all that sounds badass to me. I would have watched the hell out of that.
See, and that's right. See, you're not getting that kind of thinking.
No, and I'm telling you,
overseeing a lot of this stuff.
The plot of the Batman is not that. The plot of the Batman is like they're doing Seven with the Riddler, and like he's trying to figure out who the Riddler is. And then I hope they change it, but there's who's really running the show? And you're just like, duh. and that's sort of the movie is sort of him trying to figure it out. And I'm like,
that's part of the problem I have with this new Batman movie is that it's already been made clear what a fan he is of the movie Seven, and we've already seen the connections visually to Seven. So it's like, man, it's like this is worse than watching a trailer that shows you the ending.
I was hoping that was not going to be the case because, like, yeah, I got that vibe from the trailer too. But Tino Slant says, "Am I the new magical brown man, Kalachinganda?" You got to do that in the Cheech voice almost, but that'll get us canceled even more. Speaking of Paulie, we're going to be talking about La Bamba this afternoon on Paulie's channel. So tune into that for when we're done here. Hopefully, I have a chance to eat something before then.
But but no, I agree completely. Andy, what do you think that they should have done with the Batman? Like, do you think that there's any chance of this 7-ish Batman can be
not
as good as they want it to be, or do you think it's going to be a dud or it's going to be a hit?
Look, I don't dislike Matt Reeves. I think he's directed some cool stuff. Like I met him. He seems like a smart, good guy. But I don't know the take so far. I'm cautiously optimistic, trying to be positive in the world, but that I'm telling you, the Ben Affleck pitch sounds way better.
I agree completely. It was a crime that we never got that.
And you guys are right. It's like I'm not a fan of what Snyder's world was altogether, but I do think Ben Affleck was the bright spot. Like I don't like BVS, but the opening of BVS where he's seeing Superman smash through Wayne Enterprises and react, like that was brilliant. Like that was
amazing.
I was like, oh my God, when I remember seeing that in the trailer, I'm like, oh my God, this movie's gonna be great. I went in hyped, and then the movie was just a mess for me. But Ben Affleck was the best part of those things, and I think he just never had a chance to shine. And it seems like he had a lot of personal demons he was dealing with throughout that time. It didn't help either. Yeah, along with all the other production drama that was going on, and to see a healthy Ben Affleck bring the character back and do it right. I mean, he's going to do Flash, so we'll see how that goes.
And he's a beast again now. Like he's worked out again. So like now he's back to like super bodybuilder Batman. Like he's the fittest Batman there's ever been.
Yeah.
I hate to get into the
toxic.
I hate to get into the whole relationship thing, but didn't he just recently break up with his girlfriend?
Yeah, Anna de Armas. She is smoking too.
Oh God.
He just can't keep
even
him.
My girl knows that's like my number one celebrity crush. I'm a lot,
she's hot.
Is she your hall pass, Andy?
She's my hall pass. She's amazing. I think she's a good actress. She was amazing in Knives Out.
Well, maybe like she was his rebound. Like who ended it? Was it her or was it him?
Apparently her.
Oh, geez.
Oh, well then he's a mess again.
But perfect for Batman. Get the cameras, everybody.
Yeah, you need Batman a little broken. Come on.
Yeah, I think it's hard. I think he's going to have a look. Zack Snyder has created a mess. And I actually didn't have a problem with Zack until his quotes today. Go watch my latest. I do like a 25-minute rant on Zack's quotes about there's no toxicity and some of the other stuff he says. But I think he is actually damaging it way further than he realizes. Because look, it was always divided. Fans didn't like his take. He got his way. Good for him. I'm excited to see what he does with the Snyder Cut. But my God,
I'm gonna step in here and say something because I learned this thanks to Keith. That a lot of the blame for what happened, like with Man of Steel, was not Zack Snyder, but Warner Brothers. He was told to shoot that script as is, and then they would fulfill the promise of him getting to do what he wanted to do with Batman and the other films, bringing about not Justice League, the Justice Society. Was that it, Keith?
No. He was wanting to focus on Man of Steel 2. To actually do what he wanted to do with the character.
He wanted to build up to something, and
I think his best one. I didn't like it in the beginning, but I've come around on it. Yeah.
Man of Steel has a lot of issues because it doesn't understand. I mean, I just forgot his name that directed Superman the motion picture.
Donner.
Donner. He explained very explicitly that Superman isn't Superman unless he is a Boy Scout. If you make him conflicted, he is no longer Superman. He doesn't work as a character. He explained that ad nauseum, that's why he made the film the way he did. And so when you got Superman, I mean, Cavill understood Superman better than Zack Snyder did.
Don't get me started on this. I made a whole video on this. But never got to see
invite me back. Let's do a whole Snyder episode. Come on.
Okay, yeah.
Gosh, I did a whole 30-minute video where I fixed Man of Steel and made it a Superman movie. But anyway,
and to be fair, it was not my Superman, but once I've accepted what it is, I've looked back. Like Diane Lane's parts, I think are beautiful.
It's got some great stuff in it.
Got parts that I'm like, all right, interesting, but I still don't like the movie. But I'm just saying, it's better.
It's a science fiction movie, is really what it is. It's not so much an adaptation of Superman as a superhero concept. It's an adaptation or a version of Superman if you take it as an alien coming to Earth film. And when you see it like that, it is a little different. Now, I like Man of Steel. Okay, I also am a big fan of what Richard Donner did. I am not a fan of what Warner tried to do, which is the reason why a lot of what Zack Snyder has done with the DC films is all about how Warner Brothers was trying to basically turn what Snyder was doing into a kind of DC version of the superheroes from Chris Nolan. What they wanted was Christopher Nolan to be doing this.
I've said it a million times and nobody listens to me.
No. And you're right. You are right. They wanted Nolan. And that's the reason why Nolan's people wound up doing all the work on Man of Steel initially before everything got settled. And when Nolan came aboard as producer on Batman v Superman, the only reason why, Warner Brothers didn't fire Snyder is because Nolan was attached to it. They could talk all they want about how much they were behind him, but they were behind him as long as Christopher Nolan was there. You didn't start to see a lot of shenanigans until Nolan was no longer in the picture.
Yeah, Nolan didn't want anything to do with it. He just did it because they were pressuring him.
Yeah, they kept pressuring him. They kept
him too.
Yeah.
I think we could have gotten something really cool if Snyder had been left to just basically do what he needed to do. And as far as Justice League is concerned, I'm not going to sit here and say that's going to be the greatest thing ever to see his cut. My thing was they should have just left him alone to finish the movie, because in the end that would have been the cheaper thing to do, and all you had was a lot of bad faith actors and people who should have known better screwing around behind the scenes that had pretty much just wasted all this time and money. And that's really where I'm at. It's not
Jeff
so much
John's right there at the top.
Oh God, Jeff John should have just stopped. He should have just stopped.
This just in, Henry Cavill has Me Too'd Anna, that Star Wars girl.
Every time you bring up Henry Cavill around Anna, that Star Wars girl, I'm like, look out, she's gonna blow.
Oh man.
She always says her uterus is gonna explode.
Yes,
I've seen that. I've seen her say that.
She's already drooling because we brought up Henry. So yes,
if she ever catches up with him,
come on.
I
want every man of this title to be honest. That is one hot man. Come on.
Yeah, I can't say that his milkshakes wouldn't bring me to the yard necessarily. So.
Look. All I know is, he's one of those guys that if he says, "Hey, man, let's hang out," you're gonna hang out with the guy.
Totally. You've ever seen him build computers? That's even hotter.
You've had a few drinks. You're hanging out in his man cave, and he's like,
AC. I mean, come on.
Ask for a massage. One thing leads to another.
Before you know it, you're asking a lot of questions, right, Tom?
I thought it was just a phase in college.
Woke up all greased up and your pants around your ankles.
And over half the women are probably just cursing your name then,
I know.
But, Henry Cavill is one of the first guys I feel I have faith in as Superman, because in interviews, he's made it clear he understands that character.
Yeah, well, he almost had the character the first time around. I mean, this is second time lucky for him in a way. And to me, I feel bad for him. I feel bad for the fact that he's never been allowed to play the character the way that I think he wants to.
Well, and that's why I did the video, because there is a good Superman movie there. It's just fundamentally there's just issues with it that I did. I went through about in 30 minutes and I fixed the movie. There isn't a lot that I changed. I tried to work with everything that is there, and most of it had to do with the Kents. Let's be real, because the biggest problem with the story is how the Kents were handled. You have Snyder hitting home the same point 20 times with Pa Kent. And it's like and he realizes this, I think, when it came to BVS, because he puts that, whatever you want to call it, that vision, whether it's a vision or a flashback, to that scene where they're cutting wood, and he tells the story about, I thought I was a big hero because we saved the farm, but we trashed the farm down the road. And that whole story is telling Superman, yeah, you have all these powers and you can do great things, but just remember, everything you do is going to have repercussions down the road. That's the point of that story.
Synchronicity.
Yeah. And that's something that was missed in the first movie. The same thing with, you can't save them all, Clark. That's the whole point of his dad dying from natural causes. The tornado was stupid. I mean, the whole point of his dad dying like that is so that Superman learns that no matter what, I mean, Donner got that perfectly when he has that scene where he's sitting there, he's like, all those powers, and I couldn't save him. That's the whole point of that.
That kind of death scene is the kind of death scene that you would put in a Superman movie directed by Chris Nolan from Warner Brothers. That's it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you got.
Yeah.
And again, in that particular instance, of course, Zack Snyder thought better when it came to BVS to make changes, because he wasn't as pressured at that point. He was still getting pressure. But again, look at all of the people who were over him and all the people that were making all those demands. I mean,
that Jeff Johns was backseat directing. He was trying to push him all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Just don't get me started on Jeff Johns.
I like triggering Keith by saying Jeff John's name.
But anyway, I think we've dehydrated Anna enough. We should probably move on.
That poor girl.
Before we move on, we have one super chat on the topic. Rod Thunderheart says, for $5 Canadian, thank you so much.
Yes.
I'm interested where the Snyderverse is going, and if I understand, they're going to Flashpoint Paradox reset Superman to the Christopher Reeve version. I don't know about that.
No, there's a cooler rumor than that one. Can I spoil it?
Oh, go for it.
I mean, it's out there. It's not, but I reported it a while back. But the plan is they go back to Michael Keaton's Batman verse is where they're going, and in that universe, allegedly, is the Superman Nicolas Cage.
Oh, for God's sake!
That's the rumor.
Fantastic.
They're trying to get Nicolas Cage back to be the Superman in Michael Keaton's Batman verse.
I did hear that rumor a while back.
So I didn't see it here locked. I know it still hasn't shot and everything, but that's been on the play to try.
I love it. I hope they do that. That would be amazing.
So the whole point of the Flash, they were like, they're trying to get everybody back. Like they were doing this before Feige was doing Spider-Man 3, which is what's going to happen in multiverse and stuff. But of course, Feige always gets wind of what DC's doing, and then wait, let's do it quicker, and then they manage to do it quicker. But
that's what happened with Captain America: Civil War. That was his response to Batman v Superman.
And he does it. Good for he doesn't mess around. He gets it out and does it right. But anyway, that's the point. And then apparently, as Flash, because Ben Affleck's and Cyborg were supposed to be there in the beginning to help Flash get back. It's gonna not Cyborg's not anymore. It's a whole nother topic. But as he goes through, he keeps stumbling into different worlds throughout the movies we've seen. And there's talk about, does he show up in Nolan's Batman world? Does he can Val Kilmer be there in sort of a newspaper headline? The idea there is like him. Oh, where am I? What happened after he does his Flashpoint story, which they're going to do? As he goes back, he gets stuck in the world and gets stuck in the Michael Keaton Batman verse, and then sets the story up. I'm told a lot of the movie is in that Batman Keaton Batman world. He's a major player in the movie, and I'm
excited about that.
Yeah, I'm in. Like, to me, that is how you can finally bring, I think, DC fans back. But you have to have a plan, and you have to have someone orchestrating the plan and following through with the plan. And I still am unclear who it is. But
that's a plan. What you need is someone that has more than just that one thing. You need to put someone in charge to make the decisions and to continue to make the decisions. Because
Actually,
go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, carry on. I didn't mean to interrupt you. But yeah, carry on.
No, I was just saying that little bit. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, actually, there is someone like that. There is someone that doesn't have the formal role, but you have a super fan up there in the AT&T system. And that someone is the one that's like giving the directive down. connect everything. Because I've heard that too. Mikey Sutton is like reporting the same thing as well, that they want to connect everything now. This is something brand new, and it comes from AT&T, and that's apparently because in AT, I don't know who, I can't say the name because I don't know it, but there's someone in AT&T that is a fan, that has no formal responsibility or anything like that, but that is in a position to direct and say, we're going to do this now. And to which extent that was micromanaged with Keaton and everything like that, but that's part of the AT&T mandate, like bring everything back. And they really also want to tie in, I'm sure you've heard this too, Andy, that they really want to tie in the Joker movie from 2 years ago with Matt Reeves' Batman and make some kind of crossover there. But of course, there you have resistance from both respective filmmakers that want their stuff to be standalone.
I think Joaquin Phoenix. I think everybody would do it except for Joaquin as their big wild card. Mm-hmm. But if they could, of course they would. They shouldn't. That should be a standalone movie. Move on. But I'm sure if they can figure out a way, they'll do it.
If they
does anyone think they can make a sequel to Joker? Like, actually, could it be pulled off? I don't think it could be pulled off. I think a sequel to Joaquin Phoenix's Joker, I think there could be, but you'd have to handle it in a deft manner. If you put him in jail and have him lead his revolution from behind bars and start that out, and everything's going to hell in a handbasket, and they come to him to try to get everything back on track, that would be the way to start the story. I just see Joaquin being involved in that. You know what I mean? Like, why would he want to start doing world building of his Joker? And I don't know. It feels like I would watch.
We know that the director talked about it.
I mean, money to talk about it. It depends what vegan charity Joaquin Phoenix wants to put it all towards.
Look, if they want to impress me, they should find a way of bringing back Kathy Lee Crosby. That would impress me if you bring him. If you're basically throwing everything in the kitchen sink into this massive DC flashpoint, you want to impress me, Kathy Lee Crosby. Get her. I'll be impressed.
For those of you who don't know, she was the first television Wonder Woman.
Yeah, but Lois, I'm more of an Earth protector. No, like as far as this as a Joker sequel, I think what happened there was money. Yeah. I think because I remember both Todd Phillips and Joaquin were saying, this is a one-off. We did this because it wasn't supposed to be connected to Batman. It was supposed to never have a sequel. And then all of a sudden, sequel talk happened. And I think what happened was Warner Brothers pulled a big truckload of money up to their houses and said, "Sequel?" ?
Well, I mean, that's what money's partially there for.
Exactly. And honestly, interestingly enough, the way they set Joker in the time period, you could easily make that Joker the real Joker in the Snyderverse against Ben Affleck's Batman.
Yeah, it's super easy. As I said before, easiest way to do it is that he is not the real Joker. He's like the precursor, the one that inspired a true criminal mastermind to create the Joker that came to be the Batman supervillain. Because honestly, after seeing that movie, I kind of doubt that this guy is capable of becoming this criminal mastermind that can win battle of wits with Batman, the greatest detective of all time. I don't see that, but he's someone that can be locked up in Arkham, and there someone can see this guy here, he kind of started a revolution, so I'm going to take his thing. And they kind of hinted that as well. So that's the way that you would go with that. The Joker doesn't have to be just one person. It should be one prime Joker, but he can get inspiration from someone. There's room for that. That's if you have to tie it in, that's how you do it. That way you'd have Joaquin Phoenix Joker standalone. He'd be the original sire, and then someone else just took the legacy to the next level.
I like that.
I think it's okay.
Again, there's just so much, as we were saying earlier, there's just so much that DC has. They could go so many different directions, and
Well, loosely off topic, I want to say this. I'm pretty sure it's Rod's birthday, so I want to say happy birthday to Rod, and thank you so much for the super chat. And it's gave us a great conversation here. So, again, happy birthday to you, and many more. So,
happy birthday, indeed.
Happy birthday, Rod.
Yeah, Tom, did we have another topic that we wanted to cover today? Before that, Cedric Taylor just said, I hated when Miss Penny went out in the field. Miss Penny is at MI6, making a pass at James Bond.
Money Penny.
Yeah.
Huh.
Offhand, I don't know if there was any of those topics I sent you earlier. If you want, I just sent you ones earlier that were possible topics. I had nothing that was a burning thing in my mind anyway.
Well, I don't even remember what you sent.
Exactly. Well, it was a pretty slow news day because, like I said,
Looks like Cedric's a veteran.
Oh,
okay. Well, thank you for your service.
I know Gerry did want to talk a little bit about the Cloverfield sequel.
It's just that rumor that came down, and I shared the link with you earlier. It just sort of like, I don't know, man. It's like 2011 called and wants their sequel idea back. It's like, we've got Godzilla and Kong now. Why the fuck do we need another Cloverfield?
J.J. Abrams.
Yeah.
Money.
Yeah. I swear to God, I would like to pull a Stewie and travel across the country, buy a ladder, even though I don't need it. I'm 6'3", and just ring his doorbell and just slap him, go, not funny, Brian, or whatever. Will, not funny. Fuck JJ. God, I can't stand that guy.
You know what?
Joss Whedon. Fuck those guys.
I keep the one thing that keeps me kind of slightly off balance is thinking that JJ could somehow get his hands back on Superman, and he digs out a Superman flyby script and he tries to make that.
Oh my God. That's a nightmare. If I wake up to that world, I just want to go. I don't want to be here anymore.
That's too much.
Two people should never be allowed to write Superman: J.J. Abrams and Kevin Smith.
Did you all hate his first Star Trek movie?
Oh yeah,
no, I liked it.
I
liked it. It was entertaining.
The beginning of that movie made me cry, and I was like, "Damn!" He had me right in the beginning, and I enjoyed the first one, and then it went all to hell and into darkness.
Yeah, the minute he destroyed Vulcan, I was done.
I was fine with that. I would say that I.
You're an anti-Vulcanite.
Maybe that may be, but I really enjoyed the first and the third of those movies. I'm a fan of the Future Begins and Beyond. I enjoy those. They're stupid, but I enjoy them.
Did you just call Star Trek The Future Begins? Is that the tagline in other countries?
No, that was the tagline. Yeah, that was the tagline.
Wow.
In many places.
That's not what it's called.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Star Trek here.
The first one I did not like that much, but I liked the cast. Great casting. The second film, absolutely loathed it, but there was a good film in there. We just didn't get it. And then the third film was a great story. And the cast were really on it. And but nobody wanted to see it because of the second film. And so sadly, that's where we're in the state of affairs. Thank you, Alex Kurtzman, you cunt.
Yeah, I'm curious how Rob feels because I don't know if I've ever asked him about these, but I think he didn't hate the first one either. But what did you think, Rob?
Yeah, or Rob, we know Rob's thoughts, but Andy, your thoughts?
On the on which what was the question?
Yeah, on all of them.
I liked the. That's why I was confused. I liked the first Star Trek. I didn't like Into Darkness. I thought the Khan twist was way too much fan service and ruined the movie.
It did.
They made a blood that could cure everyone, so no one could die. They also then made a transporter that eliminated spaceships. It was just a complete mess of a movie.
Transwarp.
I was like, "What are you doing?" We did that when I remember we did the honest trailer for Into Darkness. My favorite was the thumbnail, which is her in her bra because it was just like, what was the point? We called what's her name? She was there. getting naked in the movie for no reason. But then we did the How It Should Have Ended, and I was really proud of writing that one with the gang of the How Star Trek in Darkness Should Have Ended. Go if you want to watch. I make a cameo. They animated me before I was canceled.
Was that the one where they go back to the Star Wars universe and they get blown up by the Imperial?
No, it was.
Is that the one? Or
it was literally what I just said. It was like me, like, hey, so you just cured life, and they keep bringing Star Trek, Nimoy back in. It's funny. And then we did another one where the other thing that was annoying me was the fact that they kept bringing Spock back. So we did a bit in was it one of the Star Trek Honest trailers? We did a whole bit where they animated like old Spock talking to young Spock about like, avoid this, make sure you get some humpback whales.
that was brilliant. Yeah, I
the list
love
of
that.
all of the like things.
All the shit he's got to look forward to. That's right.
Why do we keep relying on this? Stop! And then
I have to
horror.
did you write that thing about? Oh yeah, bring the whales because that'll be important later on.
I saw that, and it's fucking hilarious.
Fantastic. That was congratulations and thank you.
But I liked it until it got silly, and then I had no problem calling out its silliness.
I mean,
I was fun to animate those with them.
To answer the question you asked, Andy, like when I first saw the trailers and I heard about it, I was like, nope, not gonna happen for me. And my girlfriend at the time was like, I want to go see that, and I'm like, for all the reasons you want to go see that, I don't. I'm like, nobody else is ever going to be Kirk. No one else is ever going to be Spock or Bones. I don't want to see it. It looks like Star Wars. It doesn't look like Star Trek. So she drags my ass kicking and screaming to the movie. I'm like sitting there going, literally, wouldn't you rather go see whatever the latest chick flick was? Like I was trying to get her talked out of it. Nope. We end up going to Star Trek, and within 10, 15 minutes, like you said, I was into it. And it was not so much the story. It was the cast. And I was like, as soon as
the cast were amazing.
We all nodded. We're all like, yep.
Yeah. As soon as what's his face who plays Bones came on screen, I was sold.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Carl
I may throw up on you.
Yes, thank you.
Actually was the selling point for me was when he delivered that line. Because
Kirk, I'm like, yeah, he's all right. And then Spock, yeah, he's all right. And then all of a sudden, here comes, I'm afraid of dying and things that have no,
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh my God, it's fucking Bones.
Like, I'm the divorce, and all I got left is my bones.
You can tell they cared, right? They really were trying. I felt like in that one, it didn't. It was a really good cast.
Carl Urban was just like, I'm like, because like I'm of all of them, I'm like, yeah, you can get a million guys to do a Kirk I mean, I even do a Kirk impression.
Well, he's a big Star Trek fan.
Exactly. And but like I'm like, there's no way they're gonna find anybody to play Bones. And as soon as Urban came in and he's, doing the whole Bones spiel, and I'm just like, oh my God.
Yeah, how about Simon Pegg was great?
Simon Pegg. Well, I kind of figured, him right away. I was just like, yeah, okay. Yeah, he looks like young. He looks like young Scotty, so like I was all right with that. And same thing with what's her face as
Uhura. Yeah,
Zoe Saldana.
Zoe Saldana.
The kid who played Chekhov is the tragedy of the whole thing.
Oh,
yeah,
so good.
Anton Yelchin. Yeah,
way too young.
I liked where they were going with his character. I liked the fact that he was shadowing Kirk so much that he was kind of becoming Kirk. And so by the time you got to the third movie, he was already just like hitting on all the girls, and he was Mac Daddy and left, right, and center. And now we won't be able to see how far he would go with that.
He would have taken it. That's right. I will point out something. My favorite moment in the film was on the platform when Sulu retracts that unfolding rapier sword. And I fucking love that scene. And
of all the characters, that was the one I felt was the most miscast and misrepresented. And Takai has come out, Takai, however you say his name, sorry, has come out later and said he didn't really care.
Oh my!
He doesn't like anything though.
No good reason. It's like, yeah, that's a little dumb.
I thought that was completely ridiculous as well.
Well, I don't think that kid's even Japanese.
No, that was the other problem to begin with. They just cast him because he was in Harold and Kumar and shit like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, that was fine because this is actually something that I believe George Takei even told him, that never mind that you're not Japanese, you don't represent Japan, you represent the entire Asian contingent, and whether you're Asian or Korean is secondary importance.
Nice. I knew he was able.
So yeah.
Oh, good. I figured y'all just were going to hate on him, but I like the first one. So to come back to JJ, like I thought he did good with that. I like Mission Impossible 3. Like,
hell yeah,
Mission Impossible 3 is very underrated.
It was the best in the series at that point.
Legit stakes. Like I really like that one. I think people forget about it, but so I look Cloverfield. He didn't direct it, I know, but still, like if JJ were to do, if they could make a cool sequel. I mean, I like the one with John Goodman. What was it called? The one in the basement. I didn't hate that one.
Cloverfield Lane.
Lane was interesting.
Well, it's a good film, but it's not really a Cloverfield movie.
I agree. As if they do a proper follow up to what happened afterwards, and I heard it's not found footage. They're going to try and actually do it like a monster movie.
Yeah, that's what I read.
We'll see. Cloverfield Paradox was a complete, embarrassing.
Garbage. It was garbage.
It was so awful.
Off topic, but
go ahead.
I just got outside. I would say confirmation, but what would you call this? Somebody else has told me, or they asked me if I've heard of the new Kathleen successor. We just talked about that the other day.
Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah. This is like completely off topic. Somebody who obviously didn't hear our topic.
And it's not.
About it. Oh, we lost Gary. He froze. The mouse got him.
Oh, well. I'll speak for Gary.
Adding a little bit more weight to that.
If Keith tunes out next, we know there's really a problem.
Oh, they can't cancel me. I'm black.
I'm back. So, okay, wait a second. So, was it Jon Favreau or who was it?
No.
No.
Her name? I had the thing. Let me see if I can find the article.
You have to have the name, but yeah, we spoke about it, and it was exactly as we thought then.
That's what I'm wondering now, yeah.
Yeah, you have to Tom, you have to give a recap for those that didn't listen.
I'm trying to find the article.
Yeah.
They weren't watching 4 hours ago. Screw them.
Actually, this is from like 2 days ago, actually. Yeah.
Really.
No, now I'm trying to find the article. Yeah, but there's somebody who's a new creative executive at Lucasfilm.
Who's basically doing everything that Kathleen Kennedy should be doing.
Is it top secret or?
No, it's not anymore. It's getting out there. It's getting announced. So
Because I've not heard anything, and I really want to know who this is. Holy smokes! Is it Andy?
Yes, it's Andy. All right. No, I think I found one of the versions.
Disney fans would shit.
New executive vice president for Lucasfilm. Her name is Momita Sengupta.
Okay.
And she's not part of the Kathleen cabal?
Well, here's the thing. We've already got redundancy here. She's doing basically what Kathy and Michelle Redjwan are supposed to be doing already. And I brought up, or I should say posited the idea that maybe this is the person they're grooming to take over for Kathy, because this comes out right at the time we heard that her 3-year contract was up. And now this is somebody else who just asked me if I heard about this, and the way they asked me, that was how it was worded.
Doesn't this feel a little bit like the recasting with Don Cheadle with this?
Yeah, but there's like the thing with that. Andy, have you heard anything about this?
No, but I'm reading the story. Yeah, she was an EP at Viacom and Netflix. I mean, and judging by her role, yeah, I mean, it doesn't surprise me. She's doing all the production stuff, finance, editing, application. Yeah, she's doing all the stuff that Kennedy doesn't want to do. Kennedy wants to be one of those producers who just sits around and says, "Do this." Oh yeah, what are we doing? Cool, and then gives all the work to her. But the problem is, as much as I don't like Kennedy either, like, what are her credits? Like, she's got nothing. I don't see how they can just hand over Lucas. I mean, they'd have to wait some time.
She worked with Viacom and Netflix. That's her big thing. So
look, love her, hate her, whether she did the work or not. Kennedy has a resume. Like,
yeah. That
legend of cinema.
I was talking about this lady here.
But my point is, like, to pass over Kennedy for this person would be a little bit like, well, who are you to me?
You know what? That resume would mean something if Kathleen would show that she's actually learned anything. You look, I respect Kathleen Kennedy and I respect her record, but 5 Star Wars films, this should have been the easiest thing in the world for her, given her resume. And the fact that it is a mixed bag is embarrassing.
See, I disagree in that, like, think about it. Who has she really worked with? Lucas, Spielberg, old guys who really just did it all, and she sort of just like made it happen. Like, she never really had to go in the deep end, you know, to like really make it happen.
I'm one of those guys who's like, you get the job, you cash the checks, you accepted what came with that. And knowing that Lucas was going to hand everything to her, it's not like it was a total surprise when it happened. I know what you're saying, Andy, but you can only go so far with that. And then eventually you got to show that you've learned something.
Dude, the book stops with her. Don't think I'm protecting her. Like, I think she's messed up. And
like we just did a video on this, and basically we went through her resume, and if you take out all the wonderkin directors she's worked with, like Spielberg, Lucas, Zemeckis,
and those are easy people to
produce. Guys
are doing all the work.
Exactly. Like I bring up, you if you're Kathleen Kennedy and you call, the mayor of New York and go, hey, can I get the Brooklyn Bridge shut down for a day for Steven? Oh, sure, no problem. But if you're Kevin Smith's director and you go, hey, can I get the Brooklyn Bridge shut down for a day? Hello.
You're Matt Reeves' director, right? Like anybody.
Exactly. That's the point we made. But we brought up is like, look, if you take all these movies in her resume that were directed by somebody who was a big name director like Scorsese and all these other people, she's left with shit like Milk Money and crap that nobody went to see. And
she was also their partner with Frank Marshall, which we shouldn't ignore. Like they worked together on a lot of stuff too.
And again, I'll even throw that in there. But the thing is that you took this job. You took the job. You accepted the paycheck. You are expected to live up to a certain level. And if you can't do it, I don't care about the excuses. Okay? I mean, she's should be very happy that I wasn't running Disney at that time, because I would have shit canned her. I'm sorry. I would have taken her out.
Well, and that's the thing is, I think this is her choice. I think she's bringing in this lady. This person will be her. You can't fire her. She's unfireable in for so many reasons, and that'll be the case. And speaking of Frank, one of our famous friends, Frank Marshall. Suggestion for a new Terminator film, says Dark King. They send a T-800 back to prevent Bad Robot's secret hideout from ever happening. Oh yeah, Bruce Campbell was in Congo. Well, that's an ongoing thing for our Mead crowd there. So thank you so much, Dark King. When you had to bring up Frank Marshall. So
but so I'm clear, I'm not defending her. I think her mistakes were hiring all these.
I don't know. It sounds like you are, Andy.
She hires all these upstart directors and then didn't know how to handle them, and that's where I think she really ultimately.
It really is a problem, because she's never been in that kind of position.
You can't hire people and then not understand. Okay, well, I got to let them have their vision. I mean, and the biggest thing to me, and the insight I've gotten, was how she screwed over Colin Trevorrow. Whether that in Duel of Fates was the right thing, I think it would have been better, absolutely better than what we got. She made a point to like fire his ass, disparage him, ruin his career, and then go back to JJ. And to me, I still think that was the defining death. I mean, there were so many, but that right there was the one that frustrates me more than even Rian Johnson in Last Jedi. Like the fact that they just were like, let's just go back to what we were going to do. And yeah, we'll keep Last Jedi and just ignore it. Okay, that makes sense. It's like, no, you committed. Now you got to stick with that piece of shit. Sorry, you got to stick with that piece of poop. You got to adapt from it, right? And you got to figure out how to make it work. And I think Trevorrow did the best he could in polishing the turd and continuing better than Abrams did. And that to me is where Kennedy really showed her error in judgment, and beyond everything else, Lord and Miller, everyone she fired. I mean, yeah, she too many failures, and she's trying to take credit for. Oh yeah, but I hired Favreau. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, bullshit.
Well, the problem was, that
not enough.
Colin had to find a way, because he said the story doesn't work if we don't have Luke, and so he found a way to try to revive Luke using, what was it? I can't remember that.
Force Ghost to Kylo Ren.
Well, he was the Force Ghost, but the problem then ran into was, because if you read the Duel of the Fates script, which I have, and I can send to you if you want, Gary, if you don't have it.
Fuck yeah.
Is basically when you get to there is that we have no Leia. So what he would have had to ostensibly do is flip-flop the characters and basically give everything to Mark Hamill. But what they wouldn't do on his behalf is kill Leia in the movie and leave Mark Hamill alive. and they had a year to fix that, and they wouldn't do that. And that's where the point of contention came in, because a lot of people are like, oh, he got fired because his movie flopped. No, he left before his movie even came out. This all came down to, no, I can't make this work without somebody here, and I can't do it without Leia, so I need Luke. And they were like, no, can't do it. Sorry. Even though Leia isn't in the fucking movie.
I've heard that, but I've heard it was it was more than that. There was also disparaging of him. He left very
I'm sure there was a lot afterwards.
Very upset because he was a massive fan, and it was a huge blow.
Oh, you can tell by reading that script.
Know him, and that's like they totally and clearly that script came out somehow through his people.
Oh, we know exactly where it came from. I can't say, but I'll tell you this: you can read that if you've read that script, Andy, and it sounds like you have. You can tell he's a Star Wars fan. That would have been the best Star Wars movie we would have got out of the sequel trilogy.
Yes.
Down. Yes. It still had problems. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
but compared to what we were having, he managed to fix it in a way of like, all right.
All the problems stem from what came before. Yes, that's the problem. It's like all the problems in it had to be shit that had to fix.
Which were I think it's JJ. And I've had this fight with a lot of fans, but I blame JJ more than I blame Rian Johnson. I think JJ just couldn't. Ryan made problems, but I still try to give Ryan credit, even though I know people get mad at me. At least he was trying to do something different.
No, Ryan was working for her committee. Ryan was a bad faith actor from the very beginning. They brought him in because he was malleable. Okay, he wasn't even really a real director. He didn't have his own ideas. He had to wait to receive what his orders were. Okay, that's not a director. That's a puppet.
I knew people who were messaging him during all of that. And I know there were things he brought to the table that were different. But I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I just know he was
bringing I don't know if I can agree with that so much as like JJ set the table, and he should have stuck around and played out the whole role if he was going to be there.
Especially if it was going to end that way.
But because here's my understanding of what went down. I believe because Trevorrow and Rian Johnson went to work before the film was even done. And as far as I know, Trevorrow went more off of JJ's original treatment.
Yep.
And what happened was the whole point was like Ryan just went off in left field and doing whatever the hell.
That's it. And Trevorrow was mad at Rian Johnson. He was mad with him because his movie, his script, all of that was a complete departure from what they were told and what they agreed they were going to do. He's an asshat.
I don't know what you heard, and I don't know what you know, Andy. Again, like unless you know something else, but like just going off of what we've seen in public from what
I don't disagree that he's an asset.
No. I mean, as far as like what happened with the writing process, because even Simon Pegg and Daisy Ridley said that the plan changed so many times.
Right, that is also true. Yeah,
so, like we do know there was a plan initially, but it got tossed out basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, who's to blame for the worst parts of that script? I don't know who actually knows that, except for the people who were there. Is the reality? I've heard lots of things, but look, I don't want to say I'm giving him a pass. I just
no. In the big,
I'm more frustrated at JJ coming back and then just saying, you know what, F it, I'm going to go back to what I did, and we're not even to acknowledge. I think Trevorrow proved to JJ you could fix it, and his own hubris got the best of him. And to me, he couldn't hit the landing, and that to me is more egregious than the mistakes Rian Johnson made personally.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say that JJ's innocent by any means either, because I've made the argument, and I believe it's sound, that The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker is the world's most expensive Twitter fight between directors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, basically, when you put it down to the brass tacks, The Last Jedi is the conclusion film.
Yeah. That's it. That's
Andre's
original review. It is actually the end.
Go back to our original review. That's what we all said. What's left? There's nothing left here. Rian Johnson literally ended every single story thread you could have open for The Rise of Skywalker, basically.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I will give JJ at least something of a pass, because in his movie he had nothing to work on. He had to start a new story and end it in episode 9 without the use of the character that he was left to use, Carrie Fisher, because the actress was dead, and without too much use of Luke Skywalker, because while the actor is alive and well, the character is dead. So he kind of he did a bad job at it, but he had to try to Frankenstein together a movie out of that. A new beginning, new foe, new villain, because there was nothing left. Almost every single story thread that was carefully planted in The Force Awakens to grow and develop and then be harvested in episode 9, they were all stomped on in episode 8. And so he had to start over. He had to plant a new garden and seed it, grow it, harvest it, all in the course of one movie. So it wasn't even a trilogy in the end.
He didn't grow a new garden. He just went back and got the half grew plants from the first one and thought,
he tried to sell it what he could.
And that to me is what I'm saying. But the other thing I was just to add, which I don't disagree with the things you're saying. I just think I lost my train. But yeah, he didn't have a plan either. And I was gonna say he didn't have to kill Luke. They could have easily decided, all right, we'll just fade it away somewhere else and he's back. They could have made decisions to keep that going and solve the problem that Rian Johnson, I think, did with Luke. And he chose not to. He chose to keep. So I don't know. Look, there's a lot to believe. There's also why didn't they just put Luke, Han, and Leia in a freaking mission in the first movie?
Oh yeah. Well then,
whose fault is that?
Again, that would be Kathleen Kennedy.
And
so there's a lot of people to blame.
No, and I don't disagree that JJ doesn't need to foot some of the blame here. Yes. There's the four horsemen of the apocalypse are clearly, when it comes to Star Wars, Bob Iger, Kathleen Kennedy, J.J. Abrams, and Rian Johnson. Plain and simple. Those four are the four individuals that are responsible for the death of the biggest franchise ever in the history of film. Hands down.
That's it. I mean, there's no other. And Kathleen's.
And not
Kathleen's
because it was a terrible story. And it completely ruined
it. When you have a group of people, when you have that group rewriting everything and controlling things from their own end, I mean, her minions did a fantastic job of helping to crash this franchise. So as far as I'm concerned, if given a second chance, I think everybody would do better, with the exception of Kathy's point of view and her minions. You take those two things out of the equation, another shot at doing all of that probably works.
Sadly, you can't go back in time and fix and change tapes.
That's right.
No. And I mean, as much as you want to blame Terrio and any of the writers, they were just doing what they were dictated to do. I mean, again, the four people that were in main control of this whole ship being completely destroyed are those four main individuals. They had the power to stop it at any time, and they didn't. Yep. And they're the ones that are directly responsible. So unless anybody else has a different opinion on that, I think we should probably move on. Actually, I think it's about time we bring it into the show.
4.5 hours.
I think it's the longest morning show we've ever done. I think
we are nerds.
Wow, mad respect for you, Andy. Though I'm serious, man.
Thanks for being here.
Mad respect for you.
A lot of people think they know me. Bring me on. I'll answer anything. I'm always here. A lot of people think they know what I do.
We've been wanting to have you on in a more formal way, but it's nice that you were able to come on today.
Comments, but it's always nice to at least talk it out. If we can't have civil, even if we disagree, we got to have more civil conversations. I love talking to anybody. So thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Well, like I said, absolutely. I talk to you about having you on in a more normal form, like having you on.
Let me know. I'll happily come on for the beginning. I'll hit you up. We'll figure out a time that makes sense.
But I also want to thank Keith and Gary for coming on today. Of course, check out Pop Culture Minefield. Check out Popcorn Planet as well. Too many pops. Pop. And Rob, if he's still alive, he does have a channel as well. You can find me later on tonight talking about La Bamba on the Latino Slant with Paulie and the crew there. And I think we're going to have some special guests. I don't know if he wants me to say who yet, but I do know that we got some surprises for you from people who were involved around the making of the movie. I will say that much. Or maybe even the music in the movie too.
I want to point out that we've got 2 episodes coming up on Pop Culture Minefield, including part 5 of our 80s series. And Tom is going to be guest hosting on 1984.
Yes, that's my jam.
And we already shot the episode, but we love Tom so much, I threw the video in the trash and said, let's do it again.
I said he didn't have to do this for all for full disclosure.
Yeah, it's just fun.
I think he's because I did him a theme song. So,
oh, well, that's for our next show. It's also going to be on Fanzine. I think he's using it for the 80s episode tonight. And basically, I asked him to do the song Ladies' Night is 80s Night.
Yeah.
And Tom delivered.
You rock.
We'll get to do that real soon, and looking forward to that as well. So check out their channels. Of course, Andy, if you don't know him already, you know, he's got his own new channel now, so check that out as well. All kinds of stuff over there. I've seen.
Wow, I like that was nice. Yeah, no, all of you guys, come on. I'm bringing back Nerd Wars, and it's like it's not.
Hey, we followed you, Andy. So on
come
Twitter,
hit me up on Twitter. If you do we DM me, because I'm sorry if I lost it, but DM me after this, and I'll follow you both. Make sure we get you guys on if you want to come on sometime.
Yeah,
Nerd
sure.
Wars would be
Coming
awesome.
back in March. It's coming once content starts in March, which I'm thank God March is gonna be pretty packed. Coming to America, everything starts it, and everything coming out.
Did anybody else see the new trailer?
Yeah, I'm worried, but I'm still.
I'm
I'm
a bit worried too.
trailer worried me.
At least after seeing this new trailer, I'm both worried and also I'm not as worried because I'm curious if it really is his kid.
Yeah, interesting.
Because I don't see him sleeping with her. But anyway, we'll get into that.
That's his. I still, man, Coming to America. What an amazing movie. I think his best. So something about him, like I'm probably gonna nostalgia is gonna get me, or I'm gonna probably give it to him even if I don't love it. But I don't know. I'm worried.
After the Flash trailer, me too. All right. Well,
he needs to be the king. You're like, oh, come on. That's really.
I have a feeling I know how it's going to go. So hopefully the movie is better than the trailer. We'll put it that way.
But thank you guys. Good. Yeah. Please hit me up, everybody. Good to be here. Thanks, Tom. Everybody. Andre.
Take care.
It's good to have you on,
guys. And Andre, anything else to say before we go?
No, I just want to say, everyone, be sure to be here again on Friday at the same time, which would be 6 p.m. Central European Time, 9 a.m. LA time. And in the meantime, we have some more scripted content coming your way. So stay tuned.